Yes! Oh, wicked! Finally, finally. I know what you're thinking. You've been thinking. How come you haven't been streaming for ages? Don't worry. It's mainly because I've been doing quite a lot of boring things. I'm already out of breath. I'm too excited. Oh yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, KO2 fan, thank you very much for the subscription. Oh, rock and roll, yes. Oh, awesome. Great start to the stream. Oh, wicked. How's it all rocking? Yes. Oh, yeah, I am really, really good today. Right, part of me is I'm slightly relieved because I've had essentially some really boring, monotonous things to do in this game, right? And I feel it would be torturous to anyone watching to see me go through it. So the reason I'm a bit late starting is I woke up quite nice and early today to if we look at all of these are essentially all the different monsters you're going to fight, and they're numbered 1 to 12, right? Because they're going to be essentially that's going to be the first boss, enemy you fight. Second, oh my gosh, I'm out of breath already. And I've got it all together, but then I was like, now I need to actually work out the movesets for all of the monsters, and that's going to take me ages. And so I kind of made a decision that I've worked out there's, as much as I've got 36, that's 12 times 3, 36 different monsters. It's essentially 11 monsters and 25 reskins. And I feel to make life a little bit easier on myself, when you have, for example, Ball Boy and, say, Balio Blue, they are going to have the same movesets, but obviously because you're going to fight him later, all of his stats are going to be increased. I thought that can kind of be, I don't really want to say a shortcut, because they could still make a few variations, because the general theme of, for example, Ball Boy is he's going to be doing ranged attacks, right? So even when he starts, he's going to be doing little chip damage, and then he's got actually quite not anything too threatening sort of move sets. Anyway, I've kind of crunched down all the numbers, which I'm really happy with. And so I've done that, right, off stream. You're welcome. Sorry, no, trust me, you wouldn't have wanted to watch that. And another thing, which I would say was even more painful, is I now have, right, all of the sound effects in place, right, ready to be inserted, but we haven't put in the sound effects yet. So, but one thing that I have done as well is if we go here, right, I need to work a little bit more on this. And in fact, I think this function is completely null. This was purely a means to an end, so don't worry about this. But what we can do is, if ever we want to, for example, get hold of an audio clip, right, of end turn, we're going to kind of get hold of the end turn, we're going to get hold of the group of audio clips and then pick one at random from it. So that's roughly where we're going with this. So I do want to see if I can put in the sound effects today, right? But what I'm more kind of I feel like I need to kind of do is I got one of my friends to just play an earlier version, and he said something very clever, and I want to see if I can recreate the problem so that you'll be able to understand it, because it is an interesting problem, and it's one which is very easily fixed, right? In fact, right, I probably shouldn't be using this timer, but part of me is, okay, I'm going to say this now. I think in the space of maybe 20 minutes, I can explain the problem and complete it in the same time. Complete it at the same time. So, oh no, sorry. Let me just press that button. That's an hour and 4 minutes. Didn't quite get there. Right. Let's see. Right. Okay. So, right, and off we go. Right. Okay. So here is the problem. If we go on to scenes, and we go on to the main game. Sure, I'll save. Can't remember what that's about, but oh yes, and also I was thinking there should be a different. Well, actually, someone else recommended to me that the colours can be quite clashing. So I thought if I made the island less shady and more just definitive colours, so a dark green with some obstacles, it might look a bit better because it does feel a bit. Yeah, I get that it doesn't look great. So here we are. Let's see. I think if I do this, I might be able to recreate the problem. Let's go play focused. Play. Oh. Yes. Right. Oh yeah, of course. I probably should have played already so as to stop all this loading. I'm just setting my coffee at the same time. I use one of those where you put a cup on and you sort of filter the coffee down. Okay, I didn't quite recreate the essence of the problem here, but what I want to explain is that sometimes, and yeah, if you look on the screen, it's a little problematic here. But I've had people not even work out that there's coins here because the background kind of gets in the way of it, doesn't it? Or it kind of like, it sort of, yeah, it sort of fuses with the background and it's a bit complicated. So I was thinking the easiest sort of method, the easy way to fix that is have something that is just some sort of like, and I haven't really worked out what it's going to be, but like some sort of grey background or something so that it feels like it's on top of something. And I just feel that'll look a little bit better. How do we do that? There's multiple ways I could do that. I could try and do something clever, but I don't think I need to. I think all I really need is a sprite, which is going to be comically easy to put together, that goes just behind it. So when it's summoning, the grey background is going to summon, and then it's going to do the coins on top of it. I think that's fine. So that's what we're going to work on first. And I know I don't normally like to do artwork on stream, but this should not take me too long. Oh, right. Oh, well, we've still got 17 minutes left. Let's rock. Mana, coin. Yeah, so if I just go like this, and obviously it goes on to another thing. And now I'm going to press Control-Shift-S, and we're going to save as mana coin back. Should be fine. So now all we need is a sprite size, and I think if we just make the let's have a think. So first of all, we want the width to be times by 5. Oh no, actually no, not sprite size, canvas size, width times 5. It's not the width. How have I reached middle age and I forgot what width and height are? Okay, that. Okay, so we want that, and then we want just it to be 2 bigger, maybe 4 bigger all around it. So that should be fine. So sprite canvas size, we want it to be in the center there. So +8, and here we're going to have +8. Okay, and now I can, because this is, I can just go flatten, and we don't need any of this. What did I just do? Okay. Oh, maybe I just... Okay, sorry, ignore that. Right, okay. We can still continue doing all the things that we did. Flatten down. I just want to move this to the top. This is basically just a guideline as to what size I want to make it. So now we can go sprite, canvas size. I think I just pressed escape and then didn't realise. So +8 and +8. And then we press OK. So now we essentially, we have a new layer here, and I'm going to go, sorry, I've got to move this back. So I had this at the I'm just used to having this at the bottom. I don't think that's going to make any major difference. So what we want to do is, that looks good enough for me. We can now go get rid of this bottom bit here, and then I'm going to go Control CV and then Shift V, and then it puts it underneath there. And then we just kind of want to just connect these lines together. So I just want to check that is 5 times the size. That should be fine. Right, let me just quickly stir my coffee. Right, let's rock. Okay, and I mean there is actually an argument that I could do some sort of like empty grey. Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay, so I am going to go new layer here. Maybe this is a little bit optimistic. I reckon I can do it. I reckon I can do this in the time. Control C, Control V. Now we can get rid of that. And then actually, yeah, so what I want is for this whole thing here. Don't worry, I've got a plan. We want some sort of very forgettable like grey colour there, except for I've got the wrong thing highlighted. A forgettable grey colour there, and then maybe this one here is going to be slightly darker there, and then if I press Shift O, kind of fades a little, and then we can just go Control CV. Oh no, it doesn't quite work, does it? Try that. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, Lake here as well. Oh, rock and roll. How's it all rocking? Yes. By the way, I have. I'm still excited for the 3rd of April. I'm still trying to work out the time if I can start a stream at 2. On the 3rd of April, or if I've got to start early on the 5th. I'm so gutted that I'm working on the 4th as well, but I'm looking forward to actually giving that a proper sort of a proper play, and I kind of want to compete and see who can actually get to the level 10 base in time. It's going to be brilliant. Right. Wicked. Right, so that, it's not anything exciting, but that's pretty much what we're going for. So I'm going to go Control Shift S, save it as a PNG, and then we can get rid of that. Okay, 11 minutes left. I reckon I've got this. I reckon I got it. So let's move this over here. Let's bring this back up here. Let's go find the sprites. And I think, have I got a whole mana sprite here? Why don't I just create a new folder just to make it a bit easier? We're going to have mana coin back, and we're going to chuck this bad boy in here, and then I just need to look at these numbers. So 64 is the important thing. So I'm going to have 64 point filter and none, and there's still more work that we need to do, but it really isn't that much. So I'm going to do the classic method of just pressing play so I can get hold of the mana coins instead of me. Oh yes, right. Right, wicked. Yeah, I had actually. I was watching your. I saw on your Discord. Sorry to hear that. That I tell you what, like the pain of having either no internet or poor internet. right? That is one of those things that I mean, I feel really bad because I've kind of taken it for granted that I happen to be, I don't have that problem. But it's just like my friend who I regularly play computer games with online has got a really weak connection, and it's like I feel like sometimes when we're trying to play a game, it's like I get that residual pain. It's like, but yeah, that must have been a mission, though. My game dev is going well. Like I so close. I'm going to see how we go today, but I want to ideally have a proper play test of my game, like as in give it a go online and work out things that need fixing. Right. Anyway, so we've got apply. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Right. So if I select this, so this mana go, it's got a mana script. So that's basically what we're looking for, right? This is what we're going for. And what I kind of want to know is... Okay, right. So what we could do, and I think probably makes sense, so I'm just going to sort of spitball here. If we have a sprite renderer, if we just add one at runtime, it's fine, and we put this mana coin at the back, that's kind of almost what we're after. So what makes things a bit confusing is I want to know where the exact point of this mana coin is. Oh, I suppose it's there, isn't it? So let's first of all make all of this say 3, and then here where we've got this thing, what we want to do is right, got to remember how to do this. We kind of essentially... Oh, you know what? I think we just add an extra game object. Instead of adding it to the sprite render there. Anyway, mana go is what we're after. So, mana go. Let's go into this bad boy. We are going to create how do I normally do this? Create 2D object sprite square, and we'll call this mana back SR. Now I've got to be very cautious that when I create the coins that I'm not affecting this one. I've got to remember how. But we'll work it out. Right. Oh, fair play. Yeah, like I think it's one of those things where kind of like because obviously I think we've all been around the times when there was no such thing as the internet, right? And you were like, what did we normally do when we didn't have the internet? What happened? What did we do? Did we right, we've got so this bad boy here, and it's just a matter of adjusting where this needs to go. In fact, if I go something like that, I think that might be all we need. And I'm going to, by default, have the alpha as 0. So now let's have a look at this script, and then I'm going to get rid of close all but this so I can focus more on this. Summon mana coins. Here we go. So all we really need to do, yes, and you had to choose between either making a phone call or the internet. You could not do both. Yeah. I remember that very, very well. So I think we can have this as private sprite renderer mana back SR, and we can go upon awake. Let's go 5 minutes. Okay, mana back SR equals get component. Oh no, it's actually get component in children, isn't it? Get component. Yeah, it's get component in children. So we got hold of this. Summon mana coins. And what we should do is, that's all fine. That's all good. In fact, I reckon at about this point here, we can just have int chum equals mover dot instance dot fade sr to color mana back sr. The color is going to be color dot white, and that we can just do this over 0.2. Why am I thinking too hard on this? Okay, and then we can just put one of these bad boys inside. So it's going to take an extra quarter of a second to make that one fade in, and I think that's all we need. I think that's it. Right? Is it going to work first time? Come on, come on, come on, come on! I reckon it will. I reckon it'll be great. Okay. Let's go back over here and let's play. No, it's not. It's not going to work. Or it kind of will work, but what we probably should do is upon summon here, we want to have this sprite renderer here upon awake. We kind of, I mean, this is a bit of a lazy method, but mana coin sr dot or sorting order equals, let's just go make it 3 or something. So that way it goes in front of the mana back thing. So I think that should be fine. I've chosen 3. There's no real reason why I needed to pick 3, but you know. Oh, that was premium. Right, let's just do a victory lap. Check that worked all right. So we're going to go on full screen. Oh no, I can't see my mana coins. Ah, look at that, beautiful. Right, bam. 2 minutes 40 left over. Right, okay, wicked. All right, let me hide that for the time being. Right, okay. So already 1 down. Sorted that. Fantastic. Okay, right. Next up, what are we doing? Right. We got something a bit complicated here to do. I don't think it's too bad. And what we'll need in order to do it, so let me go create the problem. And it's something similar to the problem that we've just come across, that I managed to fix in less than 20 minutes, which I'm really happy about. Right, so what are we doing? We need to go game info script. Let's go get rid of all of these and get a new one, which we're going to do bean community. All right, we just want a few of these. Okay. Right, I haven't worked out how I'm going to fix this, but I don't think it's going to be too hard to fix. Ah, yes. Right. So I'm just quite happy now. That was good. Right. Okay. So here's the problem. Right. Now, it's quite hard to see these numbers, isn't it? Right. That's what we're struggling with. Bless me. I've got to work out a way of making these numbers slightly more visible. Now, what I could do is, so this is where we just do a bit of kind of like back and forth. So I've summoned all of this so that we can try and solve this problem essentially. So, right, at the moment, this is actually a child of this town heart. And what I want to do is, if I go like here, I kind of want this one to generally be on top of both of these two, because this number is saying there's 6 attackers in total, 3 of which are armoured, and I don't want it over this town, which is essentially blurs it and makes it difficult. And I might need to do a bit of a rethink. So obviously what's quite nice is when we're in game we can do whatever we want and we're not affecting anything permanently. So what this I need to click on it again. Right, okay, so we've got this attack symbol here, and it can still be a child of this this thing. I don't think it's going to do too much harm. So we've got the TM next. What if we made the character size 0.25? Is that going to be too... Let me just have a look, see if that's too big for... That's kind of a reasonable size, actually. I need to get a better font, by the way. I know, it's the elephant in the room. We definitely do need a better font at some point. But let me go find a good place where this could go. So what we should do is... So what I kind of want to do is work out when the banner is up, work out like where I can put this so it doesn't get in the way too much. That's what I'm working on. So let's have a look. So, yeah. So yeah, could you just have a number above each unit type and separate out the normal and... It's true. I mean, I do like that. The main and like this is actually, you know, quite often it's like what you're saying probably makes a lot more sense than what my current argument is. But part of me likes the fact that that 6 does tell the player that that the attackers are going to attack for 6 damage, and it kind of requires less. Less sort of quick mathematics to sort of go through, but I don't. That's the only argument for why I do want there to be a number just to indicate this is this plus this. But I don't know actually. I don't know. I mean, like at the moment, what one thing that I probably should do is if we move this, like I kind of want it to have it like underneath there or something. Bean post, that's what we wanted. Okay, bean post TM. That's the text mesh, don't need that. We want this, that's fine, okay. Brilliant. Okay, that's kind of what we were after. Fantastic. Okay. So, like, yeah, let me go have another quick sort of closer look at this and try and work out what makes the most sense. Because, yeah, part of me was thinking this is somewhere in the middle of both of these two. So let's go turn this one on as well. And it's something like that. And then this one here is going to go like in between both of those. I can't even say, oh no, my idea is better, because I think yours actually does make a lot of sense. I just don't want people to think, well, how much is the total attack, and then having to work out what the left number and the right number is, because they've always got that panic as well with the Rangers. But like I say, I don't have a strong argument. Let's go. We've got this defense one. Let's go bring this down to 0.25. And we can kind of work out the maths from there. So now I just want to... I think maybe that's better though, isn't it? I think this is... And then this one can go about there. Is that picture bigger? Is that picture bigger than the others? What's going on here? Right, that is 64 by 64. Oh, I see, but I haven't filled out the whole thing. Okay. Whereas that one, I kind of have. Yeah, it just feels that image is just taking up more space. Oh yes, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. maybe we don't even need the symbols at all. We could just have the numbers on top. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually for that. I obviously want to make sure when it's 0 that it's not showing, so it's not too complicated. Yeah. And if it's just the numbers, do we want it above or below? So I'm then going to kind of... do we have... let me select this. Ready camp. I want to just kind of make this one visible as well. Oh. Not quite what I was hoping. Oh, I see. That's the ready camp thing. Yeah. So the reason I'm making these visible is just so I can get a rough idea as to where I kind of want it. Yeah. So that's okay. This is a good sort of discussion point. Yeah, you know what, and that's probably good enough feedback. Yeah, I'm kind of fine with that. I've just got to work out, because the other bit where it gets a bit confusing is if you have more than like 50 units, it will say like plus, let's just say you've got 56, it will say plus 6 there, and I don't know if that's going to get in the way of this, but I think I'm okay with that. So if that is the case, we probably could have a number this big just on top of all of them. Okay, right, we're getting there. So what we could do as well is this bean post, we could simply just have a number. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you're thinking that like kind of yeah, the only problem is part of me I can't really come up with a good example, but part of me quite likes the idea that it's actually kind of exciting when you actually get to see this little symbol, because you're like, whoa, this is what happens when you get more than 50 units. Oh, I've been playing for hours and I've never even seen the concept of getting more than that. And like, but I don't think this should be too hard anyway. So what we could do, so this is actually, so bean post, we want to kind of get hold of this bean post game object. Bean post game object. So this is useful. This is definitely useful. So what if we just added a whole new 3D object, legacy text mesh, and we still kept that as 0.5. We changed this to Gilbit font, and this is going to be something like bean unit TM, and let's just have a dummy number of let's go middle, center and center, and have a dummy number of say 10, and put that there. Part of me feels like it needs to just go right a little bit, but I can't really explain why. Something like there, because the units are going to be kind of like slightly diagonal like that. So let's just see what that looks like. In fact, let's go put another 0 at the end of it. So this is just experimenting, because now that we've done that, we should be able to see. The only problem is, I think if it's, I think I've got it truncating slightly, because for some reason it's not showing the full 100. Wonder why that is. Just have another look, see what I've done wrong. Yeah, so that's probably a little bit too big because yeah, let me go shrink it down a little bit. Oh, actually, let me do one other quick check. I'm glad I didn't give myself a timer for this. So if we did that. Yeah. So we definitely do need to make this a bit smaller. So at the moment it's 0.5. Let's just dabble with the concept of it saying 0.35. Yeah. Because I do like, this is a good sort of, this is, because when it actually comes to sort of design and what people like to see and what people do, that's not where my strong bit is. It's more like, here is an idea, let's see it, let's just try and get it to work. That could be a bit lower. Yeah, we also want to make sure that it's like, I mean, 3 digits is enough, but it's also, I don't want to make it look as though it's just one massive long number. So let's go back into where it was, beam post go. So let's just say, for the time being, that was 0.8, 0.7, that's 0. And this is 0.35. We can probably get this a little bit lower still, 0.6. Okay, no, I meant to go 0.6, 0.6. Yeah, that's the slight problem as well. People will see like 6, or like say 63, and then it'll be 63 plus 13. Oh, wait a sec. Huh. Just a sec. I might be just saying exactly the same thing that you were thinking. Are you thinking just have the number there? Oh, that might be a bit complicated. But yeah, you think just having the number there, and just when it goes over 50, then you just get to see this like background symbol as well. I don't hate that. But yeah, okay. Let me just kind of experiment a little bit. Let me just try and work out, let's try and visualize what that would look like. So this, still not sure. Okay, right. What makes the most sense? Yeah. So I think we could just have that original number there. Okay. All right. So let's give that a try. I don't think the coding is going to be too hard, but we're going to go on slightly older territory. So it's all about this particular number here. So let's go edit this script. Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love it. I think we've actually kind of like essentially brainstormed a really decent answer. So the plus symbol we never need to use now, which I like. Okay. So yeah, so I think is it beam post TM? Yeah, beam post TM. Let's just have a look at all the times this is find all references. Yeah, like so updating this is going to be a little bit more awkward, but yeah, Okay. So regardless, yeah. Okay, so this, we might get a few things wrong before we get it right, but you were entirely right. Just have the number there the whole time, and just when it's more than 50, we have the banner as well. Love it, absolutely love it. Right, so here, I'm still just going to green it out, so Control K, C, so we're not losing anything. What we should do is just go Control C, Control V, bean post equals show number of beans to string, and it should be something like if show number of beans is greater than 0, then we do this. Else boom. Okay, so that's that's part of the journey done. So this still feels like it's relevant. So if maybe this kind of sorts itself out. Right, so what we need to do is... Oh no, I mean, like, part of me is like, I'm probably wrong here. I'm not going to get super excited here, but it feels like that might have just fixed everything. I love it when this happens. Right, so... so what we'll do is... Hold on. I think this is going to fix it. That would be brilliant if it does. I think this is literally the whole problem fixed in one fell swoop. I'm probably getting a little bit optimistic, but let's go edit this script. I'm only editing this so we can go. Right, hold on. Control KU. Right. What we want to do is. Get rid of that. So R is our key thing. We want to create beans and move to point. Let's go bean type dot non-armored attacker. Beans to create. I'm going to say 22 so we get to see before and after. And spawn from ready camp. Oh yeah. Oh, is that all I need to do? Okay. All right. Let's give this a try because we want to see if it still fades or if it goes. You know. So there's a few things we're testing here. So hopefully it's all going to say 0 right now. I mean, it's going to say nothing right now. Now, let's first of all experiment with what happens if we do this. Okay, we could probably... Ooh, we could... Is that number too small? That number does feel a bit small, doesn't it? Okay, but let's just say the size of the number, we're not going to worry too much. Okay, so now I'm going to press R. Okay, all right. R. Okay, big moment of truth here. All right, that looked pretty good, and 69 as well. Okay, now we're going to take some damage, and we're going to see if this still changes everything. End turn. Huh. That's really good, isn't it? That's everything that we're after. So, what are the flaws with this? I mean, this looks brilliant, right? So that means we can just kind of get rid of all this. We don't need this. The only problem is we need to work out a way of getting these numbers bigger, which I don't think is going to be too hard. Ooh, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I mean, the way that I've done the sprites, I've got the sprites and everything all in one. But yes, yes, I like it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you're entirely right. That way that it won't conflict with the background. Let's actually have a look at these. It's been a while since I've had a look at these sprites. How do I get to that? So I think I'm going to take the slightly long bean post go. Oh, I really like that. I really love this idea. Yeah, so as it is, let's go into here. This bean post, so this is a whole sprite in and of itself. Like this is one whole big sprite. But that doesn't need to affect everything. So what we would need to do is keep this sign, because I mean, do we ever use this opportunity to just make a bigger sign as well? So I love it. Yeah, this is this is like creative minds working together, and this is brilliant. I love it. Okay, so let's have a look. So this is the over 50. So it won't be too much effort to get all of these sprites here. So all I really need to do is not that. So I just want to check we have. So yeah, we've got one for generic armored already. That's fine. Okay, so like I say, I've saved regularly, so I think we just need to find out where these sprites are, remove the signpost. I think it would make sense to just remove the signpost in its entirety, change those sprites, and then work on getting the signpost afterwards. Yeah, completely love it. Right, absolutely awesome. Also, we can make these sprites, this text bigger, because before we had to deal with a whole extra thing. So let's work under the assumption we're never going to go above 1,000. Okay, yeah, no worries. Have a good interview, man. I'll see you in a bit. But yeah, I love it. Right, okay, so first things first, let's go change these sprites into ones that don't have the thing. Let's do it. Right. I need to find it. So if I go onto here, actually I've got this one open already, haven't I? And it's all over here. Right, okay. Let's go get rid of that one there. Okay, right. I would guess it's beans. Oh, I was hoping it was going to just be one of these. No. Over 50. Right, brilliant. Okay, so we probably should have a whole... let's just go into this. See if... Oh, that's pretty tasty. Okay, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so we're going to have... let's just do it one at a time, I suppose. I'm going to go Control-Shift-S. Actually, hold on. Okay, I've got another idea. Let's get out of this and go back here. Over 50 here. I'm just going to go Control-C and V. Okay, right, we've got a copy. Right, this is going to be... I'll just put here... New. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, no worries. 30 minutes, I reckon you'll be able to see the whole new thing by the time you're back. See you in a bit, man. So, we are looking to get rid of these signposts so that this is the only thing that's going to appear and the signpost will be there the whole time. Cool. Rock and roll. So, Control-Shift-S. Let's go save as... Actually, hold on. Cancel. Control-S. Control-Shift-S. Save as PNG. Yes. And then we just need to do that 3 more times. Don't know why I've got the green ones there. Never mind. Let's go. So we've just duplicated it, so we've got nothing to lose here. Let's go get rid of that. Control-Shift-S. Save as PNG. Yes. Overwrite. S. Oh no, I forgot to get rid of the thing. Let's go get rid of that sign, and we'll find a place to put that sign. Don't worry. Control Shift S. PNG. Overwrite. Yes. And so yeah, our first port of call is just getting rid of. Is just replacing this, and then we'll worry about the signpost afterwards. And maybe the signpost should only appear if it's not 0, because I don't want to see an empty post with no number on it. So we'll worry about that in a sec. Okay, so yep, we're getting there. And red. Can't remember any of what I was doing here. I think this is my first go. So Control Shift S. PNG. Okay, now let's just put these in the place. So I'm just gonna. So yeah, we've got all of these. I'm actually going to. So 128 is the key number we need to do. Delete. I was hoping that was just going to work. Maybe not. Oh no, you can't select it that way. Okay, it looks like I've got to just go one at a time. Before I do that, I just want to check that I've got the correct number of sprites to go in each thing. So I'm just going. Sorry, you won't be able to see what I'm doing here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we've got 9 there. Okay, so let's just go one at a time. So boom, get out of here, and then chuck these new ones in. Yeah, that's obviously I wanted to cheekily open every single one in Paint. That's what we always want to do. That's why I did that, and that was entirely intended. Right, so next up, blue beans. Let's go get rid of these. Delete and chuck these bad boys in here. I'm really liking this. This is a nice creative way to go about it. And then I'll change all the numbers in a sec. So that's very interesting. For some reason I've got one less of these, so let me just have a quick check of something. So sorry, let me just double check something. Yeah, I mean, it's not that the world is going to cave in, but for whatever reason I've only got 8 sprites for some of them and 9 sprites for the rest, and that looks like that has just always been the case. Sorry, just going into here, that many there, and for green it's just that many. It's fine, no problem at all. Right, so now we need to just select all of these, go 1 to 8, make it, let's go get rid of that, point filter and compression none, and apply. And I think let's try and work out beam post over here. So I think let's just put a new one in just for clarity's sake. And then first of all, let's see if this works without too much problems. And then we'll work on the next bit. So now, if I just press R, this is still all fine. We'll work on the signpost bit later. And that kind of looks all right, doesn't it? Okay, right. So signpost next. So we'll have to make a separate sprite for that, which won't be too hard. We can. So this one here. I want to probably have, the thing which we've got to be a bit cautious with is with the Beanpost Go script. I need a Beanpost script. Upon awake, we're like getting the component in children and stuff. And we have got to be a little bit cautious that we make sure these numbers are updated, or otherwise we're going to be accessing the wrong thing. But that's not going to be too difficult to manage. Part of me is thinking if I actually duplicate this one here, I'll call this bean sign SR. And we don't need that. And this one here, we actually need the sign image, which is going to be really easy to do. We're just going to go, I'm going to delete that, press Ctrl-Shift-S. We're just going to call this bean signpost. Bean signpost. And do we ever actually want to make it a little bit bigger? No, let's stick with that. Let's work out if that works, and then we'll worry about aesthetics a bit later. So we've got that saved there. We just now need to, because I've closed it all down, I need to get it again. I was so excited to close it down thinking, yep, we've done that. We haven't quite. 50 new, red. Okay, I've got the signpost here. I think we just keep it loosely here, and bean sign, we can put this there. Oh yes, and we need to just change the numbers here. So this is going to be 128, point filter and none, and apply. So that's okay. And what we want to do is we want to make sure when we have no units at all that this is switched off. So first of all, let's do a bit of maths, try and work out exactly what sprite renderer number this would be. So we've got the bean post, that's number 0. So number 0, number 1, number 2. Okay, so number 2 is the key number. So at the top here, I guess about here, we go public sprite renderer bean sign SR. I realise that it should be called bean post, but something already has that name. So here we go. And if you actually, by the looks of things, we've sorted out all the sorting order. And I think I want the sign to always be on top. So given that we've got the actual, like the gathering of them at 5, I think the bean sign should be 6. So let's do all of that now. So bean sign SR equals get components in children's. Oh wow, boom, done. Right, now we want to have bean sign SR dot sorting order. Let's go make it 6 so it's in front of everything. So the sorting order just basically says what order it's going to be drawn on the screen. So the higher the number is, the last it's going to be essentially drawn on the screen, which means it's going to be in the front. I know that sounds probably quite quite patronising, because it always kind of, you know, like for example, I've got this folder here. Right, but the computer, even if I've got it over here, what the computer's doing is it's still actually drawing, it's still constantly printing on the screen this thing, right? And then it's like, well, why did we need to print all of this? Because we're putting all of this on top of it. But you have to be aware that it's still actually doing all the processing power of drawing all the stuff beneath it. I don't know why I said that. I thought I'd just, interesting little programming fact. Right, so that's good. Now, what we want to do is, upon update, I think if we have another Boolean where we've got banner active, I mean, we could make this a lot easier. Yeah, no, I think we want to do it a little bit more professional. So banner active. I'll just have a private bool, which will be sign active, and then if number is greater than that, so we just need a little thing saying if not sign active, if not sign active equals true, and beam sign sr dot color equals color dot white, and then we can kind of just do the same but make everything opposite. So here we have if the sign is active, sign active equals false, and that equals color dot clear. And then we can actually, so now we can start working on the next bit. But let's just check this does work, because we want to make sure that it works. Okay, so we've got the signs active there. That's not what we want. We actually want this bean sign to be off. Okay, let's try that again. So we've got no signs here. Let's see if the signs are all here. Okay, they are there. Now, if we let the attack occur, the signs look like they disappear. Yeah, okay, now we can work on making the text bigger. So I'm excited about that, because this is really small. It's really, really small. Let's go make it as big as we can get away with. So if we just temporarily turn this one back on and work out how big we can have this text. So let's work on the assumption 999 is the biggest we're going to get. So let's go 0.2. Ooh, we can almost get away with that. Let's go 0.3, 26, 275. Or we can cheekily make it a little bit bigger. Let's go 5. Stick with that. 0.275. I'm just trying to work out if we can see if we can cram it. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's almost. Ah, no. What was it? What did I do? Control Z. 2 point. Yes. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's just see what that looks like. See how legible it is. I think we're getting there. This is good. Signpost is still there. I think by default. Let me just have a check of something. Beam post SR. Oh, I see the problem. Oh yeah, here we go. We can just have at the bottom here beam sign sr dot color equals color dot clear. Okay, let's give that a try. I want to make sure that the signpost isn't there, but it's quite nice that when we select this, we can still see all this stuff. That's why it's good to have it active and then just in code make it clear. It's an opinion. I don't know if that's better, but anyway, right. Let's go give this a test. Right. Oh, check this out. Right. Let's go do one of these. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, that's a much clearer. It's much easier to read. And if ever it's not clear enough, you can always hover, and it's not quite as clear. And no, I think that's fine. I still like the ability to hover over to get the information. That's no problem. And then just to clarify as well, if I press R again, yeah, and then we've got that little group there. Perfect. Okay, right, brilliant. Right, nice one. Okay, sorry, I'm getting through this. We're clearing the checklist. These are all. So that one's done. That's done. Oh no, it's not quite done. What we want to do is now get rid of. I mean, I've done quite a lot of code to do it, but let me quickly press play again. So what we also need to do is get rid of all of this stuff. We don't need it. So let me work on that. So, do you ever have a really good computer game tune that's in your head the whole time, right? So, like, I mean, that's the thing. I know we might have had this discussion before, but as far as computer game like music, there's some tracks that are just so good that I just literally I'm just playing it in my head. And at the moment, there's there's a game called Crisis Core, or Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, and the music they have on that is they've stolen a few tracks from Final Fantasy VII, but there's one that's very particular to Crisis Core that's called, I've forgotten what it's called. No, I've forgotten, but it's just so good. And so in my head, even despite the fact there's different music being played, I'm still playing that in my head. Right, so that's the life bar. We don't need that. So what we kind of want to do is get rid of all this. Yeah, so this is just going to be a matter of getting rid of stuff. So if we go to the Town Heart Go, let's edit this, and see what stuff we can just get rid of. So I guess we start by doing this and pressing Control-K-C, creating a bunch of error messages, and then just kind of working our way through that. So what I'm getting rid of here is the total attack. So this is basically not information that is now no longer necessary. So let's go get rid of that. We can get rid of that. I'm still going Control-K-C. I'm still commenting it out as opposed to actually. So hold on, I probably shouldn't do that. So what I'm going to do as well, make life a lot easier. I'm going to press save now. It'll create 12 error messages, since it's about right. And then we can just go through it one by one. So set all numbers. In a way, we don't need this function at all. So I'll tell you what, I've just got my phone going. So I'm just going to answer that. One sec. Be right back. Right, yeah, let's rock. Okay, just checking the mic is still on. You would have missed that whole let's rock if it wasn't. Okay, right. So now we've set all the numbers. So this whole function isn't needed. So let's see how many error messages that creates. 3, not bad. So set up, we just don't even need this. Boom, get rid of it. Get out of here. Right, we're down to 2. Add actual beans. Do we ever need this? I think we can get rid of that. And then here, remove actual. Oh, I see. Yeah. And now what I kind of want to do, just to be on the safe side, let's just work out when it's saying set all numbers, if anything actually crucial is occurring while this is happening. So this all looks like peripheral, just changing stuff. Yeah, nothing exciting here, nothing exciting here, nothing there, nothing there. Okay, right, so now let's just double... Nope, we still got one more error message. Let's see what... Oh yeah, no, I think we're okay. Right, okay. Boom, okay. Now let's just have another quick look, check that we can still add units and we don't create any error messages as a result. So, yeah. Oh yeah, there is something that I do want to sort out. Oh, we can get rid of these now as well. I forgot. Okay, so we're all almost there. We just need to actually just get rid of this because this is just null information. Don't need it. Get out of here. Right. So let me just get rid of that. And I want to check out one other little thing as well. But that shouldn't be too hard. So it's town heart go. Yep. I'm tempted to just say, yeah, get rid of it. Boom, done. Let me do something which... What we'll do instead is I'm going to duplicate this. And I'm going to change this to towngo old 2. Alright, so we've still got access to it if we need it. And then on this version here, we're going to just get rid of all of this. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, right, let's give this a try. Okay, so hopefully we've got rid of... it's still there. It's still there. Okay, why is that the case? I have a feeling that... Actually, I don't know. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so what we're going to do is double click on that and then get rid of these. Okay, right, so now the towngo has just got this, and whatever this game object, I have no idea what this game object is about, but I daren't disturb it. Okay, right, so we got rid of that. That's a lot clearer, because that's another thing I'm generally finding it's not as clear as we want it to be sometimes. So that's good. Okay, fantastic. Okay, right, next on the chopping block. Right, what we're looking to do is okay, right. What I have found when playing is sometimes the enemies are wasting a whole turn to build a drone, right? And it just feels like a bit clunky because they can sometimes have 3 of the same drone. So what I want to do is put some clever code in place, which means that if they Els Barber, let's rock. How's it all going? Oh, welcome to the stream. I'm working on a Slay the Spire-esque card game where you have to defend a town populated by beans. And yeah. Oh, awesome. Oh, yes. Els Barber, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, how's it all going today? Fantastic. We are close to getting the game play testable. I wanted to get a few little things fixed, and one of the moves that enemies can do is create a drone which does something bad every turn, and I'm struggling slightly the way that sometimes they'll keep creating drones and they're like, oh no, you're not actually attacking. It's like of no threat because they just keep making drones. So I'm going to work on making it so that they can't create it if they've already got a drone in place. So how are we going to do all that? Right, let's rock. Okay, so what we need to do is I've got all of my different monsters here. I'm going to do something a little bit spicy. I want to move that up to 3, and then I want to duplicate this, and then we'll just call this test blob, and we want to change this to test blob, and we kind of want to add a whole new enum which we're going to call test blob. So that way we can, this one here will have no purpose other than to just test out moves and not ever actually be used in combat. So if we go on to the master, and we've got this bad boy script here, and monster enum, we're going to have a new one here that's going to be called test blob, and hola, mi hablo un poco de español. Perdón. Ah, sí. Épico. Right. Where are we? Right, so we've got that here. Yeah, I'm going to struggle to do it all in Spanish, though, I'm afraid. So we just want to set that to test blob, and I just want to check that this test blob works. So if we go game info script test blob, I just want to check that it will be the test blob that will appear. So pause. That's okay. Yes, so we know it's test blob. That's good. Oh yes. I'm actually Inglesa. Inglanda? Inglesa? Yeah. Yeah. Hablo no. Uruguayo y Argentino. Right. So we've got this bad boy here. And we want to test something. Oh yeah, that was it. We want to test drones. So now that we've got that all in place, we can put him over there so he arrives straight away, and now we can just test some of these moves. So before we do any of that, heal drone, rage drone. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll sort that in a sec. Gracias. Oh, what's the word for years? I normally cut it about once every like 3 years. So yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, gracias, muchas gracias. Let's go chuck this one over here so it doesn't conflict. Now. Drone type. Let's go find all these references. So we want to work out when it's deciding the move that it checks for the number of drones that it has. So what we probably need is I think we've got monster drone master. Let's edit this script, and we've got the monster drone scripts here. So if we have public int get number of drones, and then an argument, we're going to have monster drone type. Drone type is fine. That's very kind of you. I think if you were to speak to me when I was younger, I would love to know that answer. All right. Anyway, so we're going to have number of drones equals 0, and then we're going to check each one of these. So if I just go 4, and then we have monster drone scripts.length underscore dot count. Sorry, so I'm doing count because that's how you find out how much there is in a list. First of all, we should probably say if underscore monster drone scripts is equal to null, then return 0. So that's just on a safety bit, because if we haven't got any of those, it's going to throw out an error message. So now we're looking to go through each one of these and find out which one is the type. So if drone type, oh yeah, boom, that's it. Right, then we can have number of drones plus plus. So we're checking to see what we've got there, and then at this point we can have return number of drones. All right, so now this should be a pretty good way of checking checking how many drones we've got, and if we don't want to create another duplicate drone. So we're actually kind of there. We just need the monster script, which is somewhere, because there's a particular function that's like decide the monster. It could be this one. Actually, no, I think it might be this one, which basically where the monster decides what attack it's going to do. And I don't know if it's here. So, perform attack. I think it might be on the entire monster script. So yeah, we just want to have this one here. Let's go to this definition. Set attack. Right, this is important. Right, so oh, maybe this isn't it. Right, Summon. Right, change to new action. So, let's have a look. Ah, rock and roll. Yes, Lakia, we have sorted it quite nicely. I'll show it off in a bit. At the moment, what I'm working on is making sure that enemies can't create the same drone twice. Because it does feel a little bit clunky when they just keep making drones and they're not attacking. And I'm trying to remember, because I've got a function somewhere where it sets its attack, and I've got to remember how to actually get to it. Array number, set attack. This looks good. Okay. What's the action types? So, right, let's go find all these references. Ah, this is exactly it. Yes. Right, boom. Okay. Yes. Okay. Right, I think we're there. Let's go find out what's happening here. Go to definition. Select array ints. Probability. Yes. Okay. Right. So what I have done here, this is where it gets a little bit interesting. Is this is like probability weights. So I want like a blob to say have a basic attack and do a basic attack, say 60% of the time, and then do something else 40% of the time. Now the way which we can kind of rectify all of this is if we make it so that we don't where we check to see if a particular attack is relevant. So this should, I've just got to remember how to do this now. Yeah. I'm going back to old code, so I've got to try and work this out. That's good. Right, returning ints. Okay, so counter equals there. Yes, okay. All right, and then returning in. Yes. Yeah, okay. This isn't going to be as easy as I thought. This works perfectly if you're definitely going to have the same probability every time. So what we're looking to do, right, let me actually try and sort of draw out what I'm looking to do. We can get rid of that now. And this here, let me just save this. Oh, yes, this should still be fine. But what we're looking to do, so I've got my test blob here. It's going to do, let's go actually make it even easier. If I get rid of all of this and then have heal drone, and this to be, say, 1000 and this to be 10. Okay, right. So what we want to do is his first move, his initial move, is going to be a heal drone, and then he's going to decide what his attack is going to be, right? And at the moment, this being 1000 means essentially it's 100 times more likely he's going to do a heal drone than a basic attack. So we are now looking to work out a way of essentially removing this one from the equation. So anyway, oh yes, by the way, sorry, I don't think I've created any error messages here, I don't think. So we can actually have a little look. It's not anything super elegant, but there's none of this stuff here. And you can't see the signposts yet, but if you create them, you can see the signposts there. I was trying to work out the biggest I could make the font, and that looks okay. That kind of works out. And then when the blob attacks, the signpost disappears. So I think that's definitely looking better now. So like now at the moment he shouldn't be able to do this heal drone because he's already got one in place. So we just need to work out a way of kind of sorting that out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I think like it's kind of like little improvements because I want to just kind of like I want the game to be a bit more approachable and stuff. Um, but let's have a look. So where are we up to now? Let's just see. Find all these references. Find out how many times this is called. Yeah. Okay. All right. So. So. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Yeah. Let's find out. Ah. Okay. All right. What if? Okay. Right. I think I know how to do it because essentially we can. I think the easiest way that I can think to do it is we still just put it in the mix of things that can be selected, except the chance it's going to have is 0. So if we have public, oh no, so of course we're here. So this is an array here. So if we make an int array, probability weights equals new int, which will be this one here, Control C, Control V, dot length. So at the moment, the reason it's saying mini is because this is for the ranged attack, but I can do exactly the same code. So now, for... Ooh, that's pretty tasty, isn't it? That's almost what we wanted. If... Right, and we'll have a little function here, which will be public bool is action viable, and then we're going to have a monster enum. Hold on, I've got it action. I've forgotten what I've called it. Let me find out. It's called something like monster action something, and I've forgotten it. Monster action type, that's the thing that we're after. Okay. Yeah. Monster action type. Action type, sure. Return true. Now we're going to go switch action type, and then case monster action type dot heal drone break, and then we want to have if monster drone creator script dot instance dot get number of drones, and that'll be monster drone type dot heal drone is greater than 0, return false. Okay, and let me go make this a little bit cleaner. Okay, so now, and we can actually still have the break there. Okay, so now that we've done that, we just need to, in fact, let's go put the break at the end. All right, so we just need to do this for all the drones. So Control C. How many drones have I got again? Let's go find out. dot rage drone, and that's going to be rage drone, and then it's probably easier if I actually just try and have a look at all the drones. So we've got card drone. Let's just do one at a time. Card drone. Card drone. Scrap drone and temper drone. I suppose it's actually easier to work backwards this way, isn't it? So oh, of course, I have actually got something. I haven't ever introduced it, but I think we still. No, we probably don't need it. Now let's put it in there just for. Oh, yeah. We haven't used sniper drone. That's kind of more of a. I don't even know if I've got an attack called sniper drone. No, so forget it. Get out of here. We don't need that. What's the one that we're missing? We've got. I think it's temper, isn't it? Yeah, temper drone. And then here we have temper drone. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so let's go back to full screen. So let's just check what's actually going on here. So this is going to be a function where we're going to work out if we can do a particular attack. So if we already have a heal drone in place, we're checking to see if the heal drone number, so this script is what I did earlier, this is get the number of drones, we're checking to see if it's greater than 0. If it is, then we can't do that attack. So now that we've done that, right, we can have if monster underscore, no, hold on, underscore monster so dot underscore monster action types I, and we just need to put this particular action type into this function. So is action viable? Okay, then probability weights equals that. Brilliant. Else probability weights I equals 0. Okay, right, we're getting there. Right, so now we can actually just put this probability weights into this. So I think this is all we need. I just need to do this code again, but with for wherever it's else done. So I'm just going to go Control C, and we'll just change the bits that we need. So let's find all references over here. Control V. Here we want to have probability weights main, and V. So let's just double check we see what's happening. We're looking at all the probabilities that could occur. We're creating a blank set of integers, and for every one that is viable, we're saying yep, and that's going to be added. For not, we're going to make it 0. So if this does work, oh, and here we want to have probability weights as an argument. Okay, so I think we give it a test. We do a bit of back and forthing and then see if this works. So so at the moment I've got it, I've intentionally done it so that yeah, this should hopefully just work. So boom, blob's coming in. It's going to do a heal drone, okay? And so I'm just going to end turn. So it's going to do that because it knows. Well, actually, it's doing it because it's an initial attack, so it would do it anyway. But now that it's got a heal drone, in theory, it should have 100 times more likely to do the heal drone than it should do a basic attack. But look, it's actually done the basic attack, so it feels like it's actually worked. Okay, brilliant. Right. Absolutely brilliant. Now, what we should do as well is to test that everything works. We're going to add another card to our deck, which will be Grumbled Drone Destruction. So, game info script. Let's go. Grumble Drone Destruction. So now we are going to yep, that's fine, right? So that's good. Right, creating the drone. Okay, create that drone, which is brilliant. All right, and his next attack is 19. Whereas I'm now going to destroy this, right? And now he's going to attack for 19. And now he's looking to do that again. All right, which is good. That's because he saw the fact that he's got no, no like drones left, and that has now added into his equation of moves that he can do. Right, brilliant. Okay, we are ticking things off. I probably should test it with all the other drones, but I can't be bothered with that. I think it's fine. I think it is fine. Okay, right, where are we up to now? I always like to, every now and then, whenever I see a bunch of debug messages, I'm always like, what? Let's just... I'm sure that made sense at some point, but let's go just clean a few things up. Why not? Okay. Right, what we're going to do now is... this is just a little thing. Little teeny tiny problem. No big one. But if we... let's see if I can... I'm going to go on to... I don't know why it's loading here. I just clicked on something. I don't know if this happens with anyone else, but quite often when I want to click on something, I sometimes find I'm clicking on something else to then click on it. I need to sort of like, in my head, triangulate what I was going to do. So scenes, we're going to go to the test map, and I'll show what the problem is, and then right, so here is the problem, right? Oh, brilliant, wicked, gain life, fantastic, yeah, I'll press this. And that actually skips any of the life gain that you were going to get. So what we kind of want to do is, when we're creating it, we just want actually to just change the sprite to saying skip, so that you know that if you're pressing that, you're skipping it. Not that you'd ever need to really skip it, because you'd always want some sort of healing, but just because that'll make life a lot easier. Now, let's go create it again, and then, and I don't think it's going to be too hard. I don't think it's going to be particularly difficult. So if we just go onto here, we've got this up in play. We want to go to this Destiny text box. Let's edit this script, and I think this is actually called the Victory Continue button, but the actual code that's unlocked in it is just meaning that it's skipping it. So let's go find out when we're creating it and why we're not changing the thing. Okay, so summon text box. Decide to use sprites. Let's go to this definition. Here we go. So I think... Right, let's find out what's the problem. Okay. Am I looking at the correct thing? So let's find out exactly where we're going. So let's go get rid of this. Decide sprites to use. So that's the victory buttons. The default is that. Whereas when we're adding a card, choosing a card, all of these. So I think it might just be simply a matter of saying case DM reward potentials dot life. So hopefully, yeah, literally it's just going to change the sprite. Let's see if that does it. And we're going to test something else as well at the same time. So, let me quickly test the thing that I was going to test. So main camera. Over here, we're going to have, we're going to just temporarily bump the rumple level up to say 9. All right, and now I'm going to press this. So we're still only given one of those, but we've got the skip button. That's the important thing. Okay, what I was going to do is I wanted to see if I could just get the other two to spawn, and I feel like I just must have. Maybe you just get it at a later level. Let me sort that out. I just want to just check that I haven't missed something. 10. So I made it one level too low. So hypothetically, if I was to manufacture, let's go wait till it's all spawned up. So yeah, hypothetically, if we go rumple level, let's just make this 10 now. And then we click here. Yeah, we get all the 3 options. I just wanted to check that works. And then if we wanted to ignore them entirely, we can press skip. Not that anyone would really want to ignore them, but that's all good. Oh yeah, we also get that, but that's brilliant. Right, fantastic. Okay, right, brilliant. Right, we are cracking through this. Let's rock. Interestingly enough, let me just test one more thing, because you know sometimes okay, right, so we have an interesting problem, right, and I am surprised it still is a problem. So what we've actually got is if we look at the map here, forget this first one, this one I'm going to just get rid of. This one doesn't need to be 4, but at this current rumple level we should only be seeing 1 tile on each island, and here we're getting 2s and 2s and 2s. I think I've done the code to do it, I just haven't actually implemented it. So we want to make sure that when your rumple level is less than whatever it is, I can't remember, then we're only seeing 1 tile there. Because the idea is you want to up your rumple level so you're given more options and it's an upgrade overall. Right, so that's where we're going, that's what we're working on. That's actually a little problem that I kind of forgot about. Right, so if we go to open this bad boy over here, map test, edit script, and then close all but this. And then, right, and then when we're actually procedurally creating control MO, I've got a function here that's called procedurally. I was hoping I was going to scroll down procedurally this bad boy here. Right, so let's have a look. Ah, I see. Right. Okay, I don't think this is too hard. I think like sorry, this is normally something that's quite funny, but I think I was so happy with the fact that I had the ability to make two tiles appear that I was like, well, now we're going to have two tiles forever. No, you've got to unlock that ability. Whereas it's as if extra choice. Here we go, extra choice. Maybe so extra choice. This is it. This is the bit that we got to work on. So, at what point have we actually assigned that? Just at the beginning there. So now we can have extra choice equals that, but we kind of want to have if rumple level master script dot instance dot let's go into here because I've got a particular function. Is extra choice tile available on map? Yeah. Is extra. Okay. Extra choice. So if that is the case, then that's going to be good. Okay. Else extra choice equals false. So now I want to check both things now. So hopefully we'll see one tile, and then so yeah, we've got one tile on each thing, which is great. But now if I go back to title and I've got to find the level that we need to get two tile to get so that's rumple level 7. So if I was to change this rumple level to 7 now and then play, we should be seeing two tiles. Yeah, and we got two tiles. Yes, okay, right, fantastic. Right, so we solved another problem at the same time. Right, okay, so that's the mini list of things that we're looking to do. What I want to do now is, I'm trying to work out a way of making this fun, and I don't think it's going to be that fun. We've got to put in sound effects. So, I think before we start this whole ordeal, I'm going to quickly explain what I've done, so we can actually have a look. Yeah, so if we go onto the master, let's close this bad boy, sound effects master, edit script, right? Now, if you look, right, and then to make it even more garish, right? Like, there's this is one of those times where it's not like, sometimes when like something really painful happens and you're like, oh, there was no other way. There is another way of doing this. I just couldn't work it out. So I did the proper sort of sit down and just type it all out, or I kind of did, right? This is where it gets quite funny, because you're probably looking at this thinking, did you have to do all of this, right? And to add even more salt in the wound, if we go edit script here, this is all the sound effects. So I'll be honest, I did type all of this out, right? But then I came up with a so let's see if I can get their scenes, test scene, right? So this is basically what I have done. I couldn't be bothered to type everything out manually, so I actually made a string that essentially assigned all of the variables that I needed. Right, so I've added the semicolon. I've put like I'm quite proud of it. It's just the only problem is for me to actually come up with this idea took probably longer than if I just typed it all out manually. But anyway, so we've got it all there. But one thing which I'm gonna kind of just live with, as opposed to being annoyed about, is this sound effects master has all of these are public. I just couldn't think of a good, efficient way of getting them from like the resources folder, so I have just manually dragged them all on. So I've done the actual boring bit, right? And what I've also done is it's like when a bean dies, it's going to pick one of these 5 sounds. So yeah, that's one of them. It's going to pick one of those at random. But for the times when there's only one in an array, we can go here. For the times when there's only one in an array, it just does 0, which was another bit of pain to try and put together. So like, and there's an easier way of doing this. I know there is, but couldn't really. I thought just stick with this. So, but the other times it's going to do this random thing. Anyway, that's just thought I'd let you know that's what we've done. So now, one thing. So now it's basically the slightly more exciting bit. I love code. I don't know if anyone knew that. But we can go create sound effect. So I think we're going to have a public void create SFX. And then we want to have a sound FX enum. And then I can just put, yeah, that seems like a fine name for the variable to put in. We're going to have, and let's just work out exactly, play sound then destroy. Let's go to this definition. Yeah, so the important thing that we're looking at here is when we're playing this, we're playing it and then we're setting the volume to whatever our like game info script volume is. I just wanted to kind of, if anything, I'm just talking to myself here. So we're doing that, and then while it's playing, brilliant, and then it's going to destroy the game object afterwards. Now, there's a few little issues that I haven't really worked out how we're going to do yet, but like things like sometimes you're going to have literally like 100 beans attacking at the same time, or 100 beans dying. And if you tried to do this function 100 times, it's not going to be good, is it? It's not going to be good. So what I'm thinking is I've got actually a kind of clever strategy, right? I was thinking of this. So if I scroll up here, right? Now I don't know if this is actually if this is the way to go. But what I'm thinking is if we have a public int number of sounds currently playing, okay, all right. And what happens is if this is occurring, we're going to have number of sounds currently playing plus plus, and then just before, let's go close all but this and get into here, go to definition, and just before it destroys itself, we have sound effect master script dot instance dot number of current sounds minus minus. Okay, all right. Why have we done that? Right, because I've kind of got this crazy idea that if we have something like if number of sounds currently playing is greater. Actually, we can have another boolean here, which will be something like, I'm just going to call it something like bool crowd control. Okay, so if crowd control, then we're going to do a bunch of code. So if number of playing is greater than, let's just say 25. No, 15. This is all kind of guessing. I'm doing a bit of guesswork. Then we're simply going to say return. No, 20. Right. Else, if number of sounds currently playing is greater than 10, then if random dot range is from 0, 2 is equal to 0, then return. So what's the purpose of all of this? Right, and then, sorry, then the important thing to mention as well is we're going to have create sound effect, and we'll go get audio clip from group, and then we're just going to put in fxenum. Okay, so I don't know, I might have to change these numbers, but the purpose of this is when there's loads of sounds occurring, right? We don't want to have like more than 20 noises happening, and like I say, these numbers could change around a bit, but so yeah, and I think what I should do as well is bool crowd control equals false. So because we're going to be using this function a lot, we may as well, we can save a bit of time and just have most of them just, yeah. So anyway, right. So yeah, the purpose of this is you're going to probably have loads of beans attacking at once that are all going to make their own sound, and if you've got like 100, you don't want to hear. Yeah, we'll see how offensive the noise gets. Anyway, so now that we've done that, it's now kind of a matter of fitting everything into place. Now, there's no real good place to start, so I am going to. I feel I could just work down this list. Right, so we've got all of this to go through. I think we'll kind of get quicker at it, but let's cover all of the bean stuff now. And one thing that's important to note as well is we're going to miss sound effects. We're going to be like, oh, there should be a sound effect there. Like, essentially, this is something that most people progressively do as they make the game, whereas I'm just suddenly like, no, wow, we need sound effects now. Let's start introducing the entire concept of sound effects. Right, so we're going to miss bits, but that's okay. Right, so let's go scenes, main game? Yeah, main game. Right, and so we're on there, we don't need that open anymore. Sounds, bean destruction. Okay, so how does a bean die? I think bean splatter go. Let's go edit script. So I think just at the start here, let's like, I'm not going to do this for every single sound effect, but I kind of want to do a few core ones. So all we're looking to do right now is go sound effect master script dot instance dot play. I'll create SFX, and that will be sound effects dot bean destruction, and we do want true. We do want that true there. Okay, so let's just give it a shot. Okay, so I have cheekily got the R button to create some attackers, which will make life a bit easier. Right. Let's go Right. What about the summoning noise? No, we just haven't done that yet. Okay, here we go. Right. This could go horribly wrong, but let's give it a try. Okay. Maybe I've got it really quiet. Oh, maybe I've just got all the sound effects off. Okay, that's fine. So what I actually need to do is, at this precise moment here, I've got don't load, which I'm fine with, but when it's don't load, we want to make sure that the game info script, we just have the sound effects and the sound effects volume as one. Okay, right, I apologise, I have no idea how loud this is going to be, but let's give this a shot. Okay, right. Let's go one of these, and then we'll just create, yeah. So, right, okay, apologise in advance if this is loud. I don't think it should be. Didn't feel quite like the sound that I needed. Kind of wanted to make more squishy. Right, have I got something wrong? Let me have a little listen of the sounds and then try and work out. But that's okay. That's actually not as terrible as I thought. It kind of worked, but there's a sound which just did not feel like it fit in there, and it kind of prioritised all the other sounds. So let's go sounds, beam destruction. That's the sort of sound. Yeah, so those ones, I don't think they actually really fit here, do they? Okay, so if I were to delete those, actually we don't necessarily need to. We just need to go into here and yeah, and just get rid of these ones because they, yeah, it just doesn't. It's not that I hate the sound effect, but it doesn't quite fit the mood. Right. Okay. Right. Now, let's give it another shot. Okay, I won't bother making all of... Yeah, no, probably better. I could probably work on making all of this faster as well, but let's worry about that later. Okay, right. That's like you haven't... Okay, okay. For some reason... Have I just picked... Okay, right, we have got a problem. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's good. I'm actually quite happy with that because there is actually a problem. It's, yeah, there was nothing particularly wrong with... so let's go to this definition. Let's find out what we're actually missing here. Let's go follow the route. So what's happening is we're saying here, create sound effects, right? And we're putting beam destruction, all right? And then we're putting beam destruction into this bit for this one here, all right? And then beam destruction right at the top. It's picking the beam destruction, it's picking a random range from our beam destruction things. And if we look in, so yeah, that's, okay, right. I don't know actually. So that's going into there. All right. So we now are creating a sound effect, and we've got the correct one in there. AC. It is playing the sound effect. So all I can think of is potentially if we go here. Okay. Huh. Right, so we're definitely close. Maybe if I go here, let's go to this definition. Ah, yes. Okay. Right. See if it. Okay. All right. I'm just a bit of an idiot. Like, we've gone all this way, but like we're saying, yep, by the way, this audio clip exists. Right, now play the one that you originally had. All right, okay, fine. So sound effects AS dot clip equals audio clip. That should fix it all. Now let's go put the original sounds back in, just to check. Like, it is literally, I had to follow the whole chain of command all the way. And there's, right, so let's just see if I can, right, so we've got this one targeted. I'm just going to lock this and go and chuck this on here. Didn't mean to do that. Let's go make this back down to 0 and chuck this on here. All right, so let's see what that sounds like, or hear what that sounds like, I suppose. Okay. This is why, I mean, we're not going to spend this long on every sound effects, don't worry. I want to get a good baseline to begin with. Okay, right, this will hopefully sound brilliant. It's going to sound amazing. Okay. Okay, alright. Oh, I like it, yes! Okay, that's exactly what we're after. Right, brilliant. Okay, I feel I can be a bit more generous with... so I want to just check as well. Bean Splatter, we have got the crowd control on, but... no, maybe that's fine. No, it's probably fine. Because I just want to check that, so if it's... Yeah. And let's just have another quick look at something. Let's get out of here. Click on this bad boy. Yeah, so let's just keep an eye on this number while the game is continuing. I need to just take it out of full screen. Play focused. And then let's go press R again. And then I probably need to make it just a little bit bigger so I can get to the end turn. Yeah, brilliant. Awesome. Okay. All right. We are one down and about 51 to go. It is 51. Right. Okay. So there's Bean Summon. Yeah, I wanted these to be a little bit. At the moment, I could probably turn the music down just a little bit. Oh, the track just happened to stop at that point as I did it. Okay. So I think that's gaining armor. Yeah, this is the losing armor. And the Bean Summon. Okay, let's go work on this next. So, yeah, because I did want a sort of quietish sound for the summoning. I want it to, because you're going to have loads of beans summoning all the time. You don't want to hear a really loud thing every time. So, let's just work our way down. So, gaining armor. Right, I reckon if we go onto the Bean Postmaster script, let's edit this script, and I'm hoping there's going to be an easy way to, like, one key point where I can put it. So when we're creating beans and moving to do this, so I actually quite like the idea that we're making a sound for when it's being created and for when it's being landed, and we can use the same one. So here we can have... No, something's wrong. No, I think it's fine. So this bad boy here, find all references. Yeah, we just got to be a bit cautious that what we should be doing is summon beans. That's the function that we should be using. Even when we're testing, we want to be summon beans. So this is all good, right? Yeah, we're almost there. Okay, so yeah. Sorry, not that this means anything. If I just go summon. Oh, okay. Okay, it's fine. when we're actually summoning beans, we're doing it from this card action recruit script. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I just kind of like, sometimes you just need to say this. So the correct way to summon recruits is by going through this way. Because if we do this function in any other time, we are always creating 22. So it doesn't matter how many angry chucks, there'll be no synergy with anything. But this is more just as a test. I'm saying this mainly to myself, to be honest. Right, so here we can just go sound effect master script dot instance dot create sfx dot bean summon and true, and let's go copy that, and we want to make sure that when they actually land, so choose individual bean, beans moving, yeah, I remember this being a bit confusing. Had one bean, and I suppose we could just do it there, couldn't we? So so we can do that. We're going to do the armor, whatever the gaining armor and losing armor, in one go as well. So bean postmaster control MO, I think something like right, I know the way to do this. If I go to the death, okay, make individual bean defend routine. If it's to destroy, then great. Because part of the destroying is going to make it splatter. So I kind of just want to follow that line down. Oh no, I didn't mean to rename. I wanted to go to the definition. Yeah, go to definition. Let's find out exactly what's happening. Yeah, okay. So what makes sense to me is we actually have this bit of code. Control X, Control S. We just at the top here, we just fit this. And why don't we get some of it rid of whatever this green stuff is happening and get rid of that. Sort of tidy things up as we go. So that's that bit. Now where was my original point? Okay, here. And then so what's happening here is this is where we're destroying the armor. So let's go to this definition. Start here, and I think at this point we can go something like Control V, bean losing armor, and then we want to get to the bit where they're gaining armor as well. Create armor routine. Let's find out. Yeah. I guess so. I mean, we've actually got a whole extra script called armor creation, which in many respects should just be part of the bean post, but that's okay. So we can actually just have this here, but this will be bean gaining armor. Okay, right. So what we need now is moves that give us armor. That's what we're working on next. Getting cards that give us armor. So if I go over here, we go into this bad boy, and we want some cards that actually give armor. So I know Toughen is a good one, and say sustained attack. And that's fine. I think that's all we need. So hopefully we can sort of test it all out, see what it's like. So we're testing multiple things at once. Let's go back onto maximize full screen. Okay, so let's see what this sounds like. Okay, that's all right. It's not great, but it's all right. Let's do one more of these. And then... Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. I quite like it. Okay, it's not anything too, like, obnoxious. Right, now we're about to lose armour, and in multiple ways, so let's go. Yeah. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, it made that sound as it jumped back, which I'm kind of fine with. I didn't know it was going to do that, but I'm kind of okay with. So we're doing good so far. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm okay with that. That's all good. So, all right. Well, this is going to be the difficult one. Right. So let's do the end turn one because I think this one should be okay. So what we kind of want is, I just want to test something very quickly here. We want to make it, and also so we can get hold of the end turn button. But what we're looking to do now is, yeah, so this is the important thing. So, like, I kind of want there to be a sound when you press it and another sound when you let go. So that's what we're going to kind of work on. So the actual end turn sound should happen once you've done the whole thing, because it's quite a sort of finalising noise. I'll see if I can play it. So we're going to sort out buttons. Now, it turns out there's quite a lot of buttons in this game. There's quite a lot, and I'm going to have to work out some sort of cheeky way of, like, this might be an off-stream thing, because if you think all of these are buttons, all of this is buttons, there's buttons everywhere. There's literally buttons everywhere, including like pressing this and stuff. So I'm going to have to kind of go crazy around all the places. I'm not in an immediate rush to do that. I'll do it for the end turn button. So let's go resume game. Let's go into this end turn thing, and let's find out. Let's go edit script. So. Yep. So maybe we should actually make the sound as soon as the end turn occurs. So let's go to this definition, starting coroutine. I think at this point here we go Control V, end turn, and then this one here we can just, there's no crowd control that's needed for that. So that's fine. Now what we want as well is button script. Look at check. Oh, fantastic. Okay, this doesn't cover all the buttons, so there's still going to be buttons that we need to do. But the fact that we've got this, let's go to this definition. Button down. So what we actually kind of want to do, on pointer down, start this coroutine here. And I reckon at about this point here, we fit in button down. And I think, yeah, that one doesn't need any of this. The only ones that we want crowd control are when there's going to be loads and loads of like sounds happening at once. So we've got that covered, and then it's kind of when the button goes up when we want it. So button down routine, I think just here. Control V, button up. So let's give this a try. Let's see what it's like. I mean, this will hopefully cover quite a lot of buttons, but not necessarily all buttons. So, and let's see how egregious the sound is. Right. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Yeah, and then that's the sound for... Yeah, okay. All right. We haven't covered all the buttons. So, yeah, at the moment, things like this aren't doing anything, and we want to have a sound that occurs there. But I think that's going to be an off-stream thing because, like that, there's so many clickable things. Like that's sorting out these buttons is going to be one of those where I'm going to be watching something grey, something like on Netflix, which doesn't require too much thought, and I'm just going to systematically go through all the buttons and go through it. So, but we're getting there. Right, cards. This is going to be exciting. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of things to deal with here. Right. I'm going to go grab some water while I'm going to work out. I think I think we should still just so we've got a few sound effects here. So card drawn. I think this should happen the moment a card sort of goes from the deck and leaves the deck to go to your hand. I don't think there needs to be a sound as it arrives, but I think just as it's kind of going, as it's leaving. So maybe if we go on to the deck script, yeah, I think that should be fine. Or it could be as the... Let's have a look. I think we just follow the route as to what's happening. So maybe it should actually be on the card script itself. So card go, let's go to the card script, edit, and Control MO. Let's try and work out. Have we actually got a summon? I don't know if we do. So let's go close all but this. I think we probably need to do it from the deck script, but I'll work that out in a sec. So this is what we want. Deck script, edit script. So give cards to hand. Find all references. So it looks like every time any card is added, it looks like it's going through this gives cards to hand. So what we should have is hand script.add card, hand script.add card. It looks like here is the bit where we want to do it. So let's go to this definition. Add card routine. Is it? No. Okay, right. Sorry, just talking to myself. I think we can put this here and go card drawn. But we probably want. Let's just go to this definition. Discard. So this is. If discard straight from deck. I think we can just put it here. So let's just give that a try. So I think that's all the times that we need it. So the reason it's going to be discarded is because it's essentially going straight from the deck, and because you've got your max hand size, it's going to go straight into the discard pile. But I still want that sort of discard sound. So that should be okay. Right, card held up. Now, this one is on the card script. So what we want is, I kind of want there to be a sound that when you drag it, like, because you need to drag it up in order to do it, but there's a certain, like, threshold, a certain point where it does play, and, like, I've got to see if I can work out. I can if I can do this. So here we go. So if not sparkling, start sparkling, and I guess actually we have it in this. Let's go to this definition. Yeah, I think we want it here. And this one will be card held up. Okay. All right, stick with me here. Right, so in fact, we can just go Control Z. Yeah, okay. So now we want card hovered over. So we want let's go, so on enter, if card is in hand, don't think we need it to be there. New modulate, hand script.new modulate. So I think we just do it here. So go to definition, this is the hand script itself. If not modulating, maybe we just have it here. So we're going to try some of these now. So this is card hovered over. So let's just see how bad this is. I'm going to turn the sound down on the music so we can hear it slightly better. Right. Let's go give this a shot. Right. Yeah, this has been brilliant. Like, by the way, once we've got the sound effects, I want to actually start playing and testing the game. Right. Okay, here we go. I was not actually listening out for the sounds, but okay, never mind. Oh no, we got a null reference. That's fine. Null reference. Always happy to see a null reference. Except for when you can't double click on it and find out where it is. Okay, we do have an error. And I don't really know. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it, but yeah, that's okay. I want the subtle sounds. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I'm just trying to work out what the problem with the null reference was. Oh, maybe. Wait a sec. Let's just see if we get that null reference. I don't know how to fix it, but I think I know what the problem is. No, I have done testing. I have done testing. And I have made some changes. It's just for quite a long period, I'd say almost the last 2 or 3 months, while I've been fixing things, the game hasn't really been in a playable state, which, like, and it's kind of just about in a playable state now. There are little things that I still want to do, but yeah, like, unfortunately I can't do much testing because, for example, all of the monsters had very basic, like, had basic sort of like stats. But yeah, oh yeah, sorry, anyway, yeah, rock and roll. How's it all going? Right, so yeah, at the moment we've got this null reference. I think I know why that is the case. Just not 100% sure how to fix it. So yeah, the issue that we have is, okay, I quite like this. I think I'm okay with that. Is that going to get too annoying? No, I think that's okay. Kind of want that sort of shiny sound to be a bit louder. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, wicked. So I probably should know what that is, but like, is that for your game? Like, so what is a unit test? I probably should know what a unit test is, but what is that exactly? Okay, cool. Right. So we are on our way. let's just try and work out why that is the case. I think it might be that let's have a look. Hard to write for you. Yeah, code that tests that your code works. Oh right. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think there's sometimes you can do that for game dev, but no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But yeah, but some stuff like inventory systems can automatically be tested. Oh, okay. Oh no, that's fair enough. I know it's like because the thing which I kind of with in my circumstance, I haven't gone to university or like when it comes to learning code, I have just done it from online courses. So I reckon it's both an advantage and a disadvantage. So quite often there'll be certain terminologies which everyone will know what they are, and I'll be like, I don't know what it is because I've never had to learn it. So I miss adds item to gets item is equal to 2. Oh right. Oh, fair play. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I remember actually one of the crowning moments. This is like I'd actually made a game that where like I'd made a basic enemy AI, and then I don't think it really counts as being unit testing, but I wanted to see if all the AI worked. So I created an enormous map with essentially 2 teams of monsters in which there was loads of different on there, and you could just see the entire fight sort of play itself out. And I was just like, oh, this is brilliant. Like, you know, and you had your main character AIs who were like much stronger, but obviously there was like less of them. So it was actually, no, it was one big group of monsters versus like a smaller group of your actual like the good guys essentially trying to fight them. And there was something genuinely, there was that moment of just like, yes, I haven't made it, you know. And I feel like, yes, oh yes. And to be fair, my game, there's a certain bit where essentially, like, there is a moment where there's an enormous fight where you've got like sort of like 6 people on your team along with yourself that you control, and there's about 100 units, and because it was a mobile phone game, it did make some phones crash. But I was still proud of it. It's like if ever you got to see it work, it was like, it was amazing. I know that's not quite what you're doing, but yeah, that's how I sort of kind of interpret it, I suppose. Anyway, right, what are we talking about? What are we doing? We got to work out where the error message is coming, because frustratingly, it's not giving me any pointers as to where it is. Like, let's see. So, if I were to, let's just see if we can temporarily get rid of the sound effect master script. Let's go edit this script here. I'm just going to temporarily put in, say, go here and say return. All right, so that's going to stop anything from ever happening in this. Null pointer exceptions. Did you know that with Rust you can write code that guarantees? Oh, really? But the thing is I'm normally okay when it says null pointer. I'm normally okay. I know there's ways of doing like try this and if not do something else. And I have experimented with that, but I kind of only learnt that about like a couple of months ago. So I put it in a few bits of code. But yes, no, I do. I understand that would actually be incredibly useful. Right. So let's see if we still get that error message. Okay, we didn't. Okay, that's good to know. Right. So we didn't. That's because we've essentially just put this return to stop everything. So we now know that the error comes at some point here. So if I have something like debug.log fxenum, something like that, then we can work out if it's at this point that the error message is created. Did I get rid of the return bit? I can't remember. Oh. Oh. Right. Okay, everything's fine. We're okay. The world is alright. For whatever reason, that null error has not come back. I have not changed the code. The only bit which I've done is put in a debug to check where it is, and that error message hasn't come back. I'm going to play a couple more times to see, because I kind of want to create it. To be fair, I don't get that in game, but I'm planning to change them from null pointer errors to some good description of yes, that's a much better idea. So stuff like the player somehow not existing, it will say yes, okay, that's actually really useful. That's incredibly useful, so you can actually know where the error message comes from. Right now I have got, don't get me wrong, I suppose it's a great problem to have, but that error message that we were getting before, I have literally changed nothing. All I've done is add a debug, which shouldn't do anything. Let's go get rid of that and just see if we create the error message again. But I have somehow fixed an error message just by staring at it long enough. Yep, okay, right, I've just, fixed the error message by staring at it long enough. That works. The difference in code being unwrap, change to... Oh, okay. And is that, I take it that's specifically for, is that for Rust that you can do that? But by the way, I do like that. I like the fact that you can actually narrow down where the problem is. One thing that I never lose, the reason I don't ever worry too much about null pointers is more often than not every time, but more often than not, you'll get the error message and I literally just double click on it and it will go into the bit of the code where the error message goes, and then I can just work it out from there. The problem that I had earlier with that null message was I double clicked on it and it didn't bring me anywhere, and if you looked at all of the info surrounding it, it didn't really tell me anything. But either way, it's magically disappeared. Like some people, coders better than me would spend the next 3 hours trying to work out why it was there in the first place. Note to me, I am happy that it's gone. If I I'll probably run into it again at some point, and then I'll fix it. But I can't really work out what. No idea. Right, okay, so we are working our way down. So we've got card hovered, card actually played. Let's go have a little listen to those sounds. Yeah, okay. So we want to hear that the moment that you've let go of the card to actually play it. So didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it could have been. It could be. I know that I have had that problem before. And it doesn't happen often, and it always just frustrates me when it happens because I keep thinking it shouldn't happen. But there's bigger problems in the world. Right. So, right, we want to go onto the card script, and let's go Control M-O. We want to do two things at once. Actually, we're going to have the drag routine. That's basically most of what's on this script. Drag routine, yeah. So we want to make it so that so to my understanding, this bit of code here, so this bit here is when the card is played, and we kind of want to have it as soon as so I think we want to have it at the top here. So Control V, this will be card played, and let's close this. This will be card return to hand. All right, let's go just try that, see if that works. But yeah. Every now and then, my brain is just trying to work on something. I'm like, oh, what was I going to say? Nope, completely forgotten it. Right, so that's sounding good. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now, the other thing that we're going to try and work on is... Let's just wait for all the other sounds to occur. Right. Yeah, so that happens when you can't play a card. And also, if I let go... So it sounds a bit similar, but that's the returning to hand sound. Okay, I'm liking this. It's starting to kind of feel a bit more like a game. That's what you want. Yeah. We're just going through bits one by one. Yeah. Yeah, cool. All right. Nice. Okay. Card return to hand. Card upgraded. So we can do the card vanquish now. That shouldn't be too hard. Let's just play that sound again. So card upgraded is surprisingly difficult because we need a particular totem to get that to work. So let's just work our way down. So first of all, we want to add. I think no, it's Regal Wendy. Regal Wendy. That's our card. So we can probably get rid of a few of these. I'm being very careful as I press -1 there. So now let's go Regal Wendy. So we've got Regal Wendy there. Regal Wendy upgrades 2 cards at random from your hand, or something like that, at the end of each turn, or at the beginning of each turn. Can't remember. No, yeah, the beginning. So it is good to have because it will just constantly upgrade your cards, but it won't do it permanently. When you leave the battle, they go back to their original state, but it's still good. So that's good. All right. So now we also want to have the vanquish bit. So Control MO, vanquish card, then we go into there. I think we can just kind of put it here. Card vanquish, boom, easy. Right, now we've got the slightly more difficult one, where we're going to create where when we're upgrading cards, we want a sound. So if we go into this bad boy, I'm going to Totem Master, edit script. I'm just going to go Control F. I know we've got a Regal Wendy. Get number of card upgrades. Let's find all these. And upgrade card. Number of cards to upgrade. I think over here, let's go to this definition. So this point, because I kind of want to hear the sound multiple times. So we can, I think it sounds like it's just we just got to work out the point in which we're upgrading. Potential. So it's here. Let's go to this definition. All right, so it's all the way back here. I've gone a little bit down the garden path here, but it's here. So this will be upgrade card mid-battle. That's the important thing. The upgrade card in general is something else, but upgrade card mid-battle is what we want. So let's go test those sounds out. We've got Regal Wendy and we've got cards that vanquish. Just want to test that they sound reasonable. Okay, so we've got Regal Wendy here. Okay, and then, right. Yeah, that's okay, that's fine. Now, if we end turn, let's see, keep an eye on her. Didn't work, did it? I wonder why. Oh, it's because everything's already level 3. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we need to add some rubbish cards. I've made everything level 3, so there was nothing to upgrade. That was foolish. Right. I genuinely couldn't think of any reason why everything shouldn't be fully upgraded, but now we found one. So let's just go. Let's just add a few of these for no other reason other than we want to upgrade them. That's fine. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Oh yeah, it's also, right, obviously entirely coincidental, but Hearthstone created a mechanic where when you've spent your last amount of mana to cast a card, it's called something like Grand Finale. Now, I've actually got a card called Grand Gesture, right? And I was thinking, like, just like, I wonder if they somehow sabotaged my, like, yeah. So I was thinking, I came up with that idea. Yeah, beautiful. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Right. Okay. We're getting there. Right. Card SO. Didn't need that. Sounds. SFX. Card. So the card upgraded, that's actually quite difficult to put together. So discard pile back to deck. That's the moment the discard pile in these little orbs come over. So that's what we want to work on now. And then these ones I should be able to do all in one go. Okay, so let's work on this. So let's go to the discard pile and then kind of see where we are from there. Right, so yeah, I suppose the quite nice thing about this is I'm not having to intrude on other code. I don't need to change code. I just need to chuck stuff in. So let's go to this discard pile. And then there's probably going to be move all cards back to deck. It's probably here. So let's go through this point here. Let's close this. Ah, no. No, it's come back to haunt me. Like I said, I don't think this is too much of a problem. And I think if I were to exit Unity and then come back in, I don't think I'd see this error message again. But for whatever reason, it's just there to taunt me at the moment because there's nothing I can do. Normally, I'd double click, it would bring me to the bit of code where there's a problem. But anyway, it's not the end of the world. I'll worry about it later. Create individual card back PE. Let's go to this definition. Individual. So I think just here we can just go Control V and discard pile back to deck. We just want that there. Right. Okay. Let's sort out inspirations, misfits, and scrap, which should be quite easy. So let's go into our deck. We want to have inspirational pot. Oh, they're the inspirations themselves. Inspiring pot. Let's go 1, 2. That'll do. And then we're going to have Misfit Kenny. So we're just adding these cards because I want to have a separate sound effect for when you add a Misfit to when you add an inspiration and when you're adding trash. So if we have here... Oh, there it is. Just spotted it. Nuclear defense. Have a few of those. So we want a sound effect to occur when the cards are going somewhere. So Inspiring Pot adds 2 inspirations to your deck, and I want to just, some sort of sound as it goes in. Right. How are we going to do that? I think we need to go into... I think I've got like card action script somewhere. This is the one. Edit here. Control MO. Let's close everything. Just open this one here. This is the... there's a big switch statement somewhere that I'm just missing. Oh, perform specific. Here we go. Let's go to this definition. Okay. So let's go. So this is the big switch statement. So when it is, I think, add cards to deck. Add cards to main game, to game deck and main deck. Okay, this is specifically I'm trying to work out. Oh yes, here. Right, okay. It's okay, we can still, let's go to this definition. So this is when we're adding cards to our deck. So it's where you put either rubbish in your deck or inspirations. So this is where we're following enums. So what we could do, right, okay, I think I'm going to do something a little clever here. What we could probably have is, what I'm thinking is a function that... No, don't worry. Okay, I got it. Card name enums. Okay. So, yeah, if I go Control S, we kind of want to get access to the master script. So let's go open that now. So what we need to do, I'll show you. Sorry, it's quite hard to explain. But here we have. I want to make sure I found the correct place before I start just waffling again. Okay, card info. Card info is what we want. So let's go into Soundmaster, and then we want to have public audio clip get card creation. Yeah. Get card creation audio clip. And here we want to have card info. And then we're going to have a switch statement, which will be switch card info case card info dot misfit return get audio clip from group. Let's go, and this will be sound effects dot misfit added. So yeah, this will just be quite useful. And what we should do as well is have something like default I always forget the syntax. So default semicolon, return, get audio clip from group. Let's just say card drawn. It's fine. It doesn't need to be an exciting sound. So we probably won't ever get this far. But so misfit, inspiration, and scrap. Okay, so that will be scrap added, and that will be inspiration added. And then so I suppose I probably should actually just rename this to, I should change this slightly, because we just want to create card creation SFX, right? Yeah, so that should be void card creation SFX. Create card creation SFX, and then we just want to have actually no, sorry, changing my mind as I do this. That should be get card creation, and then we should have public void create card SFX. That should be fine. And then the argument that we're going to put in is a card info. Here we just want to change that to audio clip. So that is actually perfectly valid here, right? Because it always feels a bit worrying when you've got, but because these are all returns, we don't actually need a return null here. Yeah, it's just irrelevant. Yeah, okay. So that gets the clip. This is the thing that plays it. So we probably just want to have create sound effect of get card creation SFX card info. Okay, so this I believe will do all the things that we want it to do. Let's go just have bool. I don't know why we'd ever need this, but just to be on the safe side, crowd control equals false. And then we can just put that as an argument if ever we did want to put it in crowd control. That's fine. No, forget it. Don't need it. Waste of time, don't worry. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's all we need. So now we've got the ability to create the correct sound. We just need to actually find the times when we want to do it. So card SO cards to add equals that. So it feels like so I guess we give this a shot. So we have create, so we're calling upon that function that we've just made. So sound effects master script dot instance dot create card SFX, and then the argument we're going to get the card SO dot oh no, it's not that. Okay, I've got the wrong one. I've got the wrong one. It's fine. It's fine. It's not this. It's something else. It's okay. So, because I think it might be card region. I just picked the wrong one. Yeah, card region. So we just need to change everything to card region. That's fine. So let's go underscore card region. Ah, it's giving an error message. Don't worry, don't worry. Fear not. Let's go to this definition. I'm going to change this to card region. And here we want card region. Okay. I think that might be all of it, but let's just press this. Let's see what error messages we get, see if that's fixed it. If not, I'm sure there's something obvious that I'm missing. Okay, right, so that's good. So we're almost there. So this is whenever we're adding cards to the deck. However, when we are, I think, adding cards, add region cards to your hand. Let's go to definition. This is the one that we're looking for. That's interesting. This feels like it should be a routine. So let's have a look. Oh, so no, that's not actually the function that we're doing. Let's go back to where we were. So card action script. It's add cards to hand. Let's go to this definition. Yeah, so start, draw cards, internal routine. Okay, I think this is the one. Okay. Right, let's go to this definition. Right, okay, so we have got another interesting little problem. So the way which I actually add cards to your hand is I essentially say these are the cards that are about to go in. I put them on top of the deck and then it just causes you to draw that many. So if that's the case, I'll leave it. I'll let it go. So let's give this a try. Let's see if this works. I realised I had to do quite a bit of technical code for a little while. So let's go find out if that's all good. So let's go test this one while we're here. Yeah, we still haven't put any of the monster noises in yet. Right, okay. So let's test this first. I don't think anything will happen, but yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's interesting. They're all Bees Lonely Defenders, which is statistics. Yeah, that's the wrong card, but that's okay. We can fix that a bit later. This is why we're doing all these tests. Right, inspirational pop. Right, are we going to get the right sound? They're all picking the wrong cards. That's okay. So here, I would guess we're going to be adding just more Bees Lonely Defenders. Oh no. Okay. All right. So, yeah, see, got rid of that. That's nice. Okay. Right, we've got a few other little things to fix then. Okay. Sorry, I just love... Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, it sounds starting to look good. So it feels as though almost none of the things that I tried worked. Let me just listen out 1 sec. Okay, all right. So yeah, that didn't feel like that was the sound that we wanted. Right. Okay. So where are we? Where are we going wrong? Let's go to. Let's work on one thing at a time. So nuclear defense. This is adding cards to deck permanently. Toxic scrap. So let's just follow the route. Let's find out what sound it should be making, because maybe it is making the right sound. It just doesn't sound any good. Okay. Resources. Sounds. Add scrap being added. And we definitely didn't hear that sound, did we? No. Okay. So I might have missed something. Sound effects master script. Scrap added. Yeah. So scrap added. Let's just double check that it is the correct one. Yeah, it is. So we've got the we've got the right place. I think. So I always want to just make sure that we have got the correct. Yeah, because that's definitely not the sound that's been made. So let's find out why. We've got to check that the actual regions have been set first. So card SO, spare, scrap. Oh, I see. This, despite the fact it says scrap there, it doesn't. This is what we need to set. So that needs to be scrap. This is already inspiration. That's fine. And this bit's a misfit. So we're part the way there. Let's go create some scrap and see if we hear the sound again. So that's the card region. So I've made too many different types of type. There's like card rarity, card region, card effect, card, and it's a bit confusing. Right, okay, let's see if this works this time. Yeah, much better. Perfect. Okay, so why did this not work? Oh yes, because it's not got the right thing. That's fine. Okay, so what we actually need to do is we need to work out why it's not picking the inspirations. And I think I do know why. It's because I've changed a few things about, but let's try and work this out. Okay. So get all of region of card. So let's go to this definition. So list equals returning list. That's fine. So we're getting card name enums. So if the card region is equal to the particular one, right. So that might be where we're struggling, because it could be to do with the card level. So if I just said debug.log returning array.length, I just want to confirm that that will always equal 0. And then I'll need to make some intervention. But as long as I see that that is 0, then we know there's something. We know there's something that we've missed. But I'd rather see that that's the problem before I start trying to fix it. So what that function did is it essentially gets hold of all of your yeah, it gets hold of all of the possible inspirations that you can get, and then saying pick a selection of those. So that still works, doesn't it? Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, and these we want to get. We don't want to get B's Lonely Defender. So it is just a bit of code that I've missed, and it's fine. So here. We've got 0. So that is 0. So for whatever reason, it's not got it right. So I think it's to do with this card level thing. So in fact, I think inspirations. So the card level is correct. Let's just check card action script. Ah, right. Key. Okay. All right. So it looks like we've got another. This is going to be a bit spicier than I thought, but spicy is good. So it's actually not that we're going for. Right. So that's actually that we'll come back to. Card regions to your deck. Get all of card region. So this is where the no. So we are there. So the card region to add. Just going to work out CA is the. So if we have a look at we'll get there. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Inspirational pot. So card region to add it is inspiration, and it's card regions. Add card regions to your deck. So we're kind of zeroing in on the problem, and I think I know where we are. I think I know where we're set to. Lost my train of thought. Cards to add to deck. So here. Right. So let's go to definition. Oh, okay. Oh, right. No, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. I don't think. Maybe. Let's go back to where we were. Cards to add. So this is the region. So what point are we actually calling on this? Let's. Yeah, okay. I mean, part of me feels that I just haven't ever actually said what cards we're getting. God, let me. Oh. Okay. Because you know when you just think, why does one thing work and another thing not work? That's what I'm sort of struggling with. I might come back to this because I think my brain is starting to hurt slightly. It's like, yeah, the problem that we've got is cards to add. I think I know the problem, and I mean we can fix it. I just. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about this too much now because I think it's a bit too late in the stream for me to work this out. But the problem which we've got is where we've got CA cards to add, this essentially is nothing. Like what I should be doing, one thing that would work is where we've got cards to add, I could just add all the inspiration cards to it, and that would make it work. But I was thinking I kind of wanted to have a function which just kind of got hold of them. So I'm actually going to leave that for the time being. I think I'll probably, yeah, just purely because, like, otherwise, yeah, I need to. This is something where it's like it's a little problem because, however, with say nuclear defense, yeah. So I'm going to try something else. Yeah. Okay, so what we should do, this actually isn't too difficult. If CA dot cards to add dot length is equal to 0, then CA dot cards to add equals card master script dot instance dot get all of region of card region. No, that will be CA dot card region to add. What's wrong with that? Oh, we just need to go. I think I can just do one there. So that should fix it. And I think we can put that here as well. So what this is saying is it's checking if this one here is empty. The only problem is I want to check, yeah, like we'll see if we get an error message. So with nuclear defense, oh, okay. I was really kind of assuming that the cards to add would be there because it works fine with the nuclear defense. Oh, that's because we've got cards. Okay, right, hold on. Let me just have another quick check. I've realised that there's multiple elements here. Let's go back to inspiring pot. Yeah, okay, I think this is fine because what's happening, we've got cards to add card regions to your deck, right? And this it's going to show that this is empty, so therefore it's going to add these. Otherwise, it's going to, yeah, that's fine. And whereas with the nuclear defense, where it's saying add cards to your deck permanently, we've got toxic scrap. Okay, so let's try this again. Oh, the payoff is... it's not going to pay off. It's not as though there's going to be some amazing sound as it comes, but I'm glad. Right, so this, I just want to check that this still does do the thing that we want. Yeah, good, the rubbishy sound. Now, inspiring pot. Still didn't work. Okay, never mind. So, equals get all regions. Oh, that's still okay because we were still in the premise of sorting something out. Oh, wicked. Oh, wow, nice. I've been playing a lot of ChatGPT lately. Oh, wow, nice. So, I mean, I still haven't, like, delved into the ChatGPT, but I'm very intrigued with it. I'm just kind of worried that that like one day you'll just be able to be like, oh, make a game that's a bit like Slay the Spire, except for it involves defending a town populated by beans, and then it will be like, here we go, and then I'll look at my game and I think, this took me ages. Rock and roll. No, it's all right. I'm. It's something which I'm still a bit too scared to deal with. I see. Sorry, I thought that was a thing. Oh my gosh, it's actually in there. I mean, the only thing which I would ever want to ask, I always think kind of, if ever there was one question that I'd want to ask, but it's something so specific that I don't think there could ever be an answer. But like, and I don't even know if ChatGPT would be the right thing to go to. So when I was younger, there was a book that I remember getting from the library, and it was quite a. It was a surprisingly quite a dark book, even though it was a kid's book. It was for children, and I don't know how to word it as well. And like I've spoken to everyone. No one knows what I'm talking about, and part of me feels that like, did I create this? Right? But it's I would guess a childhood. Is there a childhood book that involves essentially a really kind girl, right, who is friends with everyone and everyone thinks she's great, and then one day she goes on this sort of charity walk with, and now here's where I'm not sure, it's with a large animal of some sort. I'm not sure if it's a crocodile, a rhinoceros, a hippopotamus, an elephant. It's a big animal of some sort. She's walking across the desert, right? And then they get like through this big walk, and then it gets to a certain point where where like they realise they're both getting really hungry and they're gonna die unless like they do something. And then she does the most selfless thing ever. She says to this animal, "It's okay, you can eat me," right? And then and then that's the thing. The animal is thinking, well, it's going to be one of us, right? And so the animal does eat the little girl, right? And then obviously the animal is then kind of feeling really guilty. Finally gets to the end of the walk, and then everyone's cheering. It's like, "Where's the girl?" And it's like, "I had to eat her," right? And then like all of that. Then I remember the front cover of the book being like an actual statue of the woman and the animal, because it's not super obvious, because you look at the front cover and you just see, it's a statue of the woman, but in the corner the animal, which I can't remember what it is crying. Right? And I was thinking, like it's like, and I was thinking, hold on, like, is this just an entire memory that I've just fabricated, that I've just created in my mind, or did this book actually exist? Let's have a look. Oh wow! I mean, I I appreciate you going through this effort. Okay, no, you know what? That is fair enough. I might have made it up in my head. I appreciate you going through the effort of typing all that through. So, I mean, like, to be fair, you know, when you're thinking out of all the questions in the world, what would I want answered? It's like, did this book exist? I'm guessing now. I feel I can probably say to myself, maybe this book just didn't exist. I do appreciate that, though. That is, I feel I'm slightly lighter as a result. It's just, I think that mystery will still remain, because you know when you're just so sure that it exists, existed, because obviously I was a little kid at the time. You know, it was barely a few sentences each page. I was just like, oh, you know, this is something really great that she did because she's so kind. Here's another really great thing that she did because she's such a kind woman. And then it's like, oh, da 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 da. And then it's like, one day she was so kind that she decided to go on a charity walk with her best animal friend. And I was like, oh, brilliant. And then it was just that sort of selfless act of saying like, ah, oh, looks like you're going to have to eat me, to, you know. And I was just like, like it's like I was barely maybe 6 or 7 when I was reading it. Anyway, I do appreciate you trying that, and I realise that that's quite a difficult like description to put on. Right. Anyway, I probably better get back to where we were going. Right, so we've got to work out why. So this debug is coming out at 0. Here we go. Add all is deck addable. Let's go find all the times this is being called, because this is the thing that's stopping everything. Let's go find all this. So there. Card regions to hand. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so we've actually got a whole extra bit that we don't need. If we just get rid of that, I think it's going to work now. So I feel that was quite cathartic, getting that, you know, off my chest, because it's like, I was like, I just genuinely, it's like kind of, I mean, like, to be honest, I think if there's ChatGPT, which kind of essentially knows everything, and it's telling me there's been no book in record that is like that, then I can probably rest easy with the knowledge that right. Anyway, let's that it doesn't exist. Okay, that's fine. Right, what were we testing? Right, inspiring pot. Right, so this one. And this one here. Yeah, that's okay. Did it actually make the sound? I'm assuming it did. Yeah, that's all good. Right, inspiring pot. Let's try again. Right. Yeah, I think it did make the sound. It's quite a quiet sound. So I think we can get rid of that. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's kind of took it a bit from like Ghouls and Ghosts. It's just, it doesn't mean that an armoured unit is exactly twice as good as a defensive unit, because like they will still only block 1 damage each time. So there is, it's not as though they are just exactly the same. It's like, because I do want to keep that sort of mechanic, you know. And yet, there are some enemy moves where it will attack, like, say, for 10 damage 3 times. So the armour will actually, like, essentially, it will attack the first time, losing the armour, and then they'll attack, yeah. It sort of always sort of tramples over, so it starts with the armoured, then the defenders, then it starts hitting the town. But ideally, you have enough defenders at that point to block it. Right, so... okay. Scrap being added. Let's just have a little listen. Oh yeah, it's just a little noise. That's why you can't hear it. That's fine. So that noise does occur, but it's just a little quiet. I'm not too worried about that. Right. So we still have card upgraded to sort out. These ones shouldn't be too hard. I should be able to do this pretty easily. Let me just hear this sound again. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, okay. So these ones should be really easy to do. So these are card abilities. Yeah. Okay. So let's get to it. Yeah, I've gone back too far. Card action script, code rad, instantiate. I think we should create it. What sounds did it make again? Yeah, maybe you create it and then it creates it as it goes, or something like that. So instantiate this, activate. Let's go to definition. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. Oh, wicked. Oh, hello. How is everyone? Oh, thank you very much for the raid. Let's rock. Oh, cool. Actually, that's a good point, actually, because I know that you were talking about different emotes that you're going to use. Oh, yes. Okay, bring up. I like seeing all of them. I realise that you can only do 3 at a time. So, is that a new one that you've made? Anyway, how is everyone? How's the stream? How's the game going? Yeah, really, like we're on the essentially what we're looking to do now. I'll give you a quick update as to where we're up to. We're putting sound effects in, and then the game's going to be then the game's going to be like ready to like actually play test. Still not ready to actually play. Oh. Okay, I do apologise. That was like, I do need to turn it off at some point. Oh, nice. Like you probably, yeah, as I say, asset right is the way forward. I'm still quite happy with my, hold on. I hope I don't actually just time myself out here. But yeah, I still quite like this one because it is actually like, I realise you can have quite a lot of frames in it. There's quite a lot that you can do with it. But yeah. Ah, cool. Anyway, yeah. So was it? Yeah, nice stream. I hope it has unbanned you by now, Pixels. It's like the famous last words of, technically you can do 4 if you're a rebel. And it just, yeah. Right, hopefully, yeah. Yeah, as I say, I do apologise. Anyway. Oh, wicked. Oh, cool. Oh, wicked. Right, so we're trying to put sound effects into certain things. We're on Code Rad. Now, Code Rad isn't here now, but he's like quite often in the stream. And he's helped me out a bunch. So I've made a sort of Code Rad like block, and if we just go not that, we want to create the music master script dot instance dot create. Oh no, this is it's SFX. Sorry, sound effects master script dot instance dot create SFX, and we want to have dot code rad. And I'm thinking, do we actually play it once to begin with, and then once as it dies as well? Let's give that a try. We'll put them all in. We get to see a few quite fun little cards as well. Oh, nice. No, well, I mean, it always feels good to get a lot, because I think sometimes you'll find a task that will take, that you'll think, oh, I can get that done in half an hour, and then it ends up taking 5 hours, right? But you actually think, I just underestimated it. It's not as though sometimes you think, it was actually 5 hours of work, you know. So, yeah, right. And we're going to do the same for Abomination. Let's have a look. So create Abomination. Let's go to the definition. Summon. I think instead of actually going into this code, let's actually go to this definition. Summon. Maybe we could just do it here. So sound effects master script dot instance dot create SFX dot Abomination. Well, I think the like, you know, I think there's obviously been bits where like I think yeah, there's been times when I've spent quite a long time like working on something and then realizing I could have done something much easier. But I always see that as that was the path you needed to go through to kind of like appreciate it. Roll close to enemy. I think we have that there. So we're going to play the sound as it's created and destroyed. It's not great, but oh, particle systems are brilliant. When you can actually kind of get to grips with them, they are really fun. I would be intrigued as to if it's a similar system as it is in Unity, because with Unity it's really quite overwhelming because there's quite literally about 100 or 1,000 different options and different things you can do, and it does take a while to get to grips with it. But it's really satisfying when you can get it to work. Right, so we've got CodeRad, A Bombing Nation, and there was... Oh, Lakia. Lakia. I wonder if Lakia's still here. Yeah, Lakia is like a little spaceship which does useful stuff. Yeah, that might be the case. Yeah, oh, fair play. Oh, wow, so Cami Moop, are you... so are you a game developer as well? Or have you just sort of seen people like trying to make particle effects in Unity and then just kind of like thinking, oh, there's far too many options. What does all this mean? Just round. I mean, like, okay, went down the wrong path and reverted 100 lines of code. What did I end up doing instead? I just changed one line. Yeah, nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm actually like, there's no real reason this game can't be made on Godot. I keep calling it Godot. I think like it is like I think in many respects this game probably would be easier to make because there's quite a lot of features on this that you just don't need for Unity. But I'm just really used to it. Yeah, fair play. I've seen a bit, man. But yeah, like it obviously 100% goes without saying. I think I can add you. But if ever you did want to put a link, let me know. I can add you to the list. If you've got a game or anything that you want to show off, do feel free. But don't put it in just quite yet because I would have to let me know and then I'll add you to as a as a regular. Yeah. Let's. Oh, yes, awesome. I just need to take it off. Right, how do you spell your name? Hold on. Not that you necessarily do, but I feel I'll add you just in case because it's like I obviously want to know. And thank you very much for the follow as well. That's really good of you. I do appreciate that. That really does help me out. It's just So we've got it's just like because it is actually always good. I've been watching quite a lot of Godot streamers, and it's very really is interesting. I don't know if I'll be able to get to grips with the code, but hopefully it'll be. I don't know if it's going to be easier than C#. But yeah, right. It's actually pronounced Gdui, but don't. Yeah, oh, fair enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I like a lot of Unity generally goes on. Is a big deal of Unity is it's got a physics engine, and yet I've never really used it apart from when making particle effects. That I will use but that's essentially just using the gravity so it can go up and then down in a sort of like, so you can push it up and then it will just fall down, if that makes sense. Right. Oh yeah, so we need to just get Lakia Gaming and then we're sorted. And then we can test all those cards in one fell swoop. Lakia Battle Plan, that's the one. Let's look, activate ready camp. So I think if we just go to this definition here, I think would it be to? I really should have just copied sound effect master script dot instance dot create SFX and That's what we want. And is this going to sound really silly if we just do it for every movement? Let's see how ridiculous it sounds, and then we'll judge. Okay, right. So let's go give this a try. So we're going to add those cards, but we're also going to add more cards, so as to so as that we can like actually check that everything works. So if we go on to resource, no, over here, that's what I wanted. Right. Let's just go down to 5 again. Let's go. Let's go add one of those, and code rad, and Lakia. Let's do 1, 2, and 3. Remember, start playing with physics. I've got a fun little error of making a top-down game, but I've forgotten to disable the gravity, so the enemy. Yes. Oh, brilliant. Yes. Yeah. I think like I suppose that's why whenever I make any games, it's like the concept dealing with a whole third dimension. It's like I want to avoid that at every possible cost. And then we're going to do a Bombing Nation. We can just add a couple of those. I don't think this is going to matter too much. Right, let's go test all these cards out. See if we get any error messages. See how it all works. We want to kind of create some ready camps before we do any of the cards. Before any of the cards that we're testing. So here. Right, so we created all of those. Now, let's see if this sounds okay. I'll live with it. Right, now, let's go for code rad. Yeah, and it'd be great if I could do this at Bombing Nation right now, but I can't. That's okay. We'll do it soon. Oh, that's interesting. The sign is in front of that. So this new sign thing is something that we've only just put in, but it's actually in front of the enemy. I kind of want the enemy to be in front of everything here, but that's okay. We'll get to that. Let's go get more of these. I want to make sure I don't accidentally kill him, so I'm gonna just pass for the time being. Yes, yeah, I have. I've actually got a Discord channel, but I haven't really advertised it much. I'm trying to remember how I can put a link. In fact, have I got? If I nope. Sorry, I thought I actually had a link to it, but I didn't. I'll have to put that on the thing. But yeah, but if you've got a Discord, I'm happy to join yours as well. Right, so a Bombing Nation. This is what we're actually trying. Yeah, that's okay. Right, sweet. All right. So yeah, all of that's good. See, we're getting through it. It's just going to take a little while. So we've got all the card abilities. I think we can start doing this one. These ones. Right. So let's have a look. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. No. No. I mean, like, because I should as well, but I haven't actually. It's more just been on these very occasional moments that, like, yeah, I probably should. Hold on one sec. Let me go. Let me move this over. Right, and then I will find. I'll put my link in the chat. How do you do it? All of this stuff. Okay, all right. So for next time, I'll be able to put my link in the chat. But at the moment, it seems to give me a bit of grief right now. Right. Does that work? So I'm just going to see. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah. So that way, like, you can just show stuff off if you want. Yeah, I think that should work, but if not, then I clearly done something wrong. Right. So anyway, right. Looks like we're going to go back to the. In fact, let's do the monster stuff because we're in the right scene. We can start getting all of these ready. So let me close all of this, and I think we just work our way from the top. So drone being activated. That means that whenever a drone is being pulsated, we're going to hear this sound. Yeah, or one of those three sounds. So we can actually kind of get that sorted now. We just need to find the drone game object. Monster drone game object, that's it. Let's edit this script. And then set up drone. Quick pulse, that's when we want to do this one. So at this point we just have sound effects master script dot instance dot create sfx dot drone activate, and then I'm going to copy this so we can easily put it in for other things. Oh, nice. Oh, wicked. I was going to say, like, I'll one sec. Is it safe to show on the stream? I'm sure it is. Let me have a little look. Right. Oh yes. Right. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. One sec. Sorry. I've let me. Sorry. Okay, all right, that's brilliant. That's a great way. That's fantastic. Okay, love it. Oh, what is that? Is that that doesn't look like, in my head I always thought you were using Unity, but that I don't know what game engine that is. That, but it might be it might be Unity. But yeah, that what game engine is that? That's brilliant. All right. All right. Let's have a look. So, quick pulse. So we've created that sound. Let's just go create a few, and then we'll see if they all work. Oh yes, that's it. I remember you saying that before. Yeah. and part of my brain is thinking, I don't know what Bevy, Neovim, or Zelige. I've never heard of any of those things. That shows you. That shows you what. That shows you my naivety in this in this area. But no, that's really cool. Right, so we got the drone active. And I feel like I'll just put them all in. Let's see if we can just put them all in and then worry about, worry a bit later about like actually finding the activating them. So monster attacking. Right, this one's going to be a bit trickier. So if I go entire monster script, we kind of want to have, this is where it gets a bit interesting, so we're going to have to just kind of go through all of them. So I think it will actually be the monster action script that we need to look at. I'm looking at the wrong place. So if we go over here, monster action script, and I go Control MO, right, all of this, these are the actions. Shouldn't actually be as difficult as I'm making out. There's no music. What's happened to all the music? If I turn the music down, then it's so quiet. I've just closed the whole window. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. I closed the wrong window. Here we go. Right, let's get some music again. Just, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Bevy is a game object. Neovim is a terminal editor, and Zellage is a terminal multiplexer. Oh my gosh! See, this is one of those times when, like, I know, you know, when I just feel quite humbled, as if like, I just normally do Unity and just tell it to make games. So, yeah, but no, fair play, man. Right, let's go close. Sorry, let me just try and clear a few things up. Right, okay, so perform basic attack. What we kind of want to do is have monster jump start, and so it's bouncing over to a point, and then monster jump land, and then it then plays forward the action sprites, and then I think the moment that it's finished we want monster attack, and we've kind of just got to do that a few more times, but let's go just try the basic attack. Let's do the drone creation as well, I think. Create drone routine. So I think we do that when create master drone. I kind of want to do it about here. So drone summon. Okay, let's try all those. Hopefully we can give them all a go in a way at the same time. Oh wow! Right. Right, let's go give this a shot. Right, okay. So that sound still hasn't happened, but that's intentional. Right, so we want to hear the sort of drone creation sound, which I can't remember what it is. So don't worry about that. Yeah, okay, that's good. Now this is where we just want to see if so there's going to be a jump, start, a land, and a hit sound. So let's see if we can hear all of those. Okay, that's all right. And then we obviously want to have a town being hit sound, but we've got to do this jump and land thing quite a few times elsewhere. So let's get started with that. Control MO. Right. So let's go into monster action script, and I think we just work our way down. So multi-strike is going to be Control V. So, and then we want monster jump land, and then we want to have the town attack after here. Right. Monster attack there. So it's going to kind of go boom, boom, and then it's going to kind of bounce. Oh, and it really should be bouncing back. I don't know if I want this sound to happen too many times. Is this going to sound ridiculous? Let's put it in, and then we'll see if it sounds ridiculous. No, maybe we just don't need that one. Yeah, okay. Right. Temper strike. Control V there. And then that's the point in which it's... I think we just want it there. That'll be land. Oh, right. Now I feel this is more just kind of dealing with the attack. So the reason I'm looking at here is this play forward once. This function like plays the animation of like the enemy like sort of crunching, and that's why I kind of want that crunch to happen. And once this is basically waiting for the animation to be over, and then at this point here, I then want the attack noise to occur. Right. Okay. So decimate is. I just want to check. Yeah. So starting to jump, landing, and then dealing with the town damage. It's just here. So that's attack, and I think we have actually. Have we dealt with decimate? I can't remember. Let's find out. While that's happening. And then I think at this point here is when we would want. I can't remember if I've made a decimate. Oh yeah, monster decimate. Yeah, we've done it. Okay, so we're sort of getting through them. Yeah, I'm actually getting through this a lot faster than I thought. So this is essentially trying to sort out every single attack that it's got. What's the attack? Yeah, sorting out the sound effects for all of them. And we'll probably find that I've missed a bit at some point, but that's okay. Right, so now this destroys a certain number of things. So I think at this point here, we can actually, I think this, we do want this, but we want this, let's go to this definition. So when it's destroying, we kind of want it to kind of want to put it there, I think. Yeah. So we can test multiple moves out at the same time. Right, that's Hyper Beam. I haven't even, as much as I've done all the coding for that move, I don't really like it, because that's the idea, is it does a really big attack that's much bigger and then he jumps back, but the amount of like pain and heartache that it leads is just ugh. Right, armor shred. So this is where he actually shreds the armor first. And I want to check that, so he bounces, so that one we can go back to jump start. And then I think we can go land. Oh, maybe we don't need that. We just need, if I got monster eating armor, does that look about right? Oh, actually, I think I was wrong. So that one can be monster jump land, and then I think here is where we deal with the eating armor. And then we can test all these moves as well to check they all work. That's eating armor, that's all good. And then this is just when he does his regular attack somewhere. This is it. Right. Okay. I think we give a few of these a try. See if they work. We still didn't actually check the drone activating thing. So let's do that. Let's check that as well. So I've got my test blob here, and we're going to give him all those moves. So heal drone. What ones did we work on? We worked on multi-strike, ready camp destruction, decimate. It doesn't matter which one we pick. That's fine. Feels like we've dealt with defense armor shred. So let's test all of those. See if all the sounds sort of come across all right. So let's have a look. Yeah, thanks for sticking around though. It's been a nice little stream. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I kind of want to speed that up a bit because it feels a bit cumbersome. Right. We still haven't actually dealt with this. Okay, yeah, that was right. Let's test this out. Okay, that worked out all right. Okay, so this is the ready camp destruction. Let's see how this is. Yeah, okay. I probably could do some sound effects. Right, so this is destroys the most populated beam. So let's give this a shot. So it should kill either this. Yeah, no, the 7s. So. Oh no, it'll kill all these. Okay. Armor shred. Let's give that one a try. We need to make sure that we've got armored units or armored defensive units. So if I do that, that'll give us some. Let's do this. Okay. Okay, I quite like that. That sound effect is sounding quite convincing. I'm okay with that. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm liking it. Alright, we're getting these sound effects sorted. Right, let's have a look. So, yeah, right. That actually kind of overall worked pretty kind of alright. Right, so that's the armor shreds seem to generally work fine. Rage. So this is the quick attack. Let's go to this definition. Quick attack. Brilliant. Okay, this is going to actually save a lot more time than I thought. So yeah, that's brilliant. Okay. And then here we want to attack. That's good. Actually putting these sound effects together was a bit of a pain, but I think now that I've kind of done this bit of coding off stream, it's making this bit a lot easier. So rage routine, it does the quick attack and then waits for all that to occur, and then I think it makes sense to actually do the rage sound. Monster rage just about there. So heal routine. I hope I did make a nice heal sound. I can't remember. So doing the quick attack, which is fine. It plays that. And then I think here sounds like the right time to do it. I've only got. Is that the only type of heal we've got? I'm sure that's fine. There's going to be a generic sound for healing. I can always change it, but I'll stick with that for the time being. Yeah, so this is the bit where, in fact, we can kind of put it there, I think. Did I make a totem smash sound? So totem smash is where it's actually going to destroy, because that's a whole mechanic that they haven't really used much in Slay the Spire, the concept of destroying powers, but yeah, because I've got totems instead, which kind of do the same sort of thing that powers do in Slay the Spire. Play forward, get the number of things to be destroyed. Destroy the highest totem. I guess we can actually go here, destroy highest totem, and actually on the totem itself makes more sense. So destroy self routine, and then if I got anything, totem destroyed, boom, done. Okay. So we've got there, and I'm pretty sure this is where it's doing the attack, so we can have monster attack here. Yep, okay. Create drone. Quick attack is sorted. I think the whole drone thing is entirely sorted. Scrap attack routine. Right. So put that there. Monster jump land. Yeah, so I've got through all of Better Call Saul. I'm most of the way through Breaking Bad, and it's kind of weird how Better Call Saul works, because there's a certain bit of it that's set after Breaking Bad, so like I'm trying to kind of watch everything in chronological order. Like it's, yeah, part of me just feels like, it has to be in perfect chronological order, otherwise it won't make sense. Right, so that's where it lands. Then add cards to. So this is where it gets a bit interesting. I think this sound is going to happen anyway. We're going to hear this sound anyway. So this we don't really need to do much here. We just need to, at this point here, just make that sort of crunch sound for the attack. Right, so that's good. So the quick attack is sorted, and then we're on our way. Let's go to this definition. Oh, of course, yeah, that's where it's a bit. Yeah, this is the map screen, but that's not the main map. This is just the little radar thing at the top, which indicates how close the enemy is. So we'll test all of this. So it looks like I can just go to definition, jump forward 1. I think I can be quite sneaky and just go. Okay. So that might be a lot of the things sorted already. So we kind of want the enrage sound. So this is where it's turning red, and I think we do the rage. That should be fine, and then it just jumps forward. So ranged attack. I don't think I've got a sound for this. So so we can always do So it's still doing the jump. And then yeah, because one thing which it didn't even occur to me, I might be able to work on this in a little bit, but I don't think I've got any sort of ranged like moves. Let's find out what I've got. No, I've got nothing. Okay, that's let me put a debug.log remember to put in range sound. Yeah, that's just going to be a bit of a reminder for me. Because apart from that, we're actually done. Right, so is that all the sounds? So we can kind of try all the moves in one go. So let's go. We go into our monster SO test blob. Let's go just make his attack like 2, so he can kind of cycle through all the moves, and then we can just test all the sounds of all of them. So rage is good. Heal. Totem smash. So we want to have totems for that when that comes around. All these drones don't matter. Scrap attack is important. Don't need to worry about hyper beam. Can't bother with that. We can't put those ones in yet, but we can put them in eventually. Rage attack. Temper strike. So we're just going to kind of cycle through all the moves. Hopefully we just survive through it. I think that's all we need there. And I'm going to put the music on mute so I can test it all. So initial moves, we want basic jump forward 1, jump forward 2, and rage. And we'll still do the range attack, even though we haven't got the proper sounds for it. And so that we've got enough space, let's just say 5. Let's go 6. So it might be slightly off the screen because it should never really be this high, but we want to test all the ranged moves before it arrives. So that's good. Let me just put this on mute. If I can. Right, okay. Here we go. Right, so moving forward 1. Yep, that's good. Right, we probably do want to have a totem at some point. Okay. So that's the... kind of want this, but then not to do much else apart from that. Alright, these sounds are actually starting to be sounds. They're starting to kind of work. This is good. I like this. Okay, we can let that go. Let's... I just want to make sure that we don't accidentally hit them. That's why I can't really create too many. Kind of do want a particle effect when they're getting destroyed. So yeah, this should work. I want to kill those rangers so that we've got enough time for it to test all the moves, because these rangers are going to kill him otherwise. Okay, We do want to test the armour, so that's fine. Let's do that. We really need the hits. We really need we need the sounds for when the town takes a hit and the monster takes a hit. But we're just testing things one at a time, so that's okay. Yeah, okay, that's all right. All right, now testing the heel sound. Yeah, that's fine. This is good. Okay, we need a totem, so the totem is there, ready to be destroyed. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, this is the scrap attack. Oh, fantastic. Right, okay, this is working. This is good. I'm realising that he's kind of covering over the... in fact, let me put that on a sort of to-do list. Sort out the fact that sometimes he's hovering, his body is covering over the sprite. Yeah, I'll write that down. Monster covering attack. Yeah, I feel like if I write that down, I'll know to get that. So this is the rage attack. We are still kind of healthy, so. Oh yes, now this is interesting because this one, every time you play a card, the attack goes up. So 2. Right. Okay. Right. Oh, it looks like we've literally pretty much all the sounds are good. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So let's go back to putting music on. Right, where are we up to now? So, to find that, so sounds. We said we're going to come back to the map stuff. Monster taking damage. This one should be pretty easy. So let's do the monster taking damage and the town taking damage at the same time, I think. So I think if we have underscore. Oh no. Entire monster script. Control M-O. I'm just going to go Control F. I'm sure there's like a take damage. Here we go. Taking damage. And what we want is the moment that it sort of flashes white. Maybe there. Flash white. Yeah, so just before it flashes white, I think, yeah, about here sounds good. So that will be monster taking damage. And let's go to the Town Heart script. Alright. I'll tell you what, I'm cycling through this a bit faster than I thought. Town Heart, this bad boy. Oh, in fact, we just need this, don't we? Right, so Control M-O, Control F. Take damage, here we go. And then it's the moment that we flash, it flashes. Oh yes. So flash white routine, we definitely want it there. That'll be town taking damage. And this is where let's go to definition. So this is when you have a particular construct that prevents lethal damage. And I think we can just fit it in here. Maybe, I don't know what sound we should make. Kind of want to make a sort of ting, so maybe I think that might be an okay. That's going to be ages till I get to test that, but that's okay. Right. I want to have another quick look. I feel I've missed something. Right. Cool. Right. So, I think yeah, we want to have I don't actually, I'm trying to work out what sounds I had. I feel I had a good like sound to make when it's like game over. I guess we just put it there, that's fine. Okay, right, so let's go see taking damage, see how it works. So we can go onto Monster SO, we can just check this guy, 0. And we want to test him taking damage and us taking damage. Okay. Yeah, that's all good. Right, just hold the line, I'll be right back. Right, okay, we're back. Right, so I made the slight foolish error of of realising that we need all these people to die. So actually, what if I do this? Is that going to kill him outright? Oh no, it's not. Okay, so that's good. So now we can actually hear the town taking damage sound. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that. Brilliant. Right, so what we probably want, I'm just going to kind of I'm writing down a physical list and then I'll kind of add it as proper things. It's just when we have a ready camp, which I can't create one right here, but when we do, we kind of want a visual effect to indicate that a ready camp is being destroyed. So, or being damaged. Ready camp damaged particle effect. Yeah. I'm going to write that down just so I remember it. Cool. Okay, right. Working our way through. Yeah, but I think I'm going to have to stop for food soon. But this has been absolutely, what a brilliant stream. Got so much done. So summoning, done all of that. Right, we found a home for all of those. I think I've even done, so we just need a ready camp activating and a ready camp summon. and then we just need to sort out the totems, and then I think I'm going to probably call it there. So, but I'm looking forward because I want to do another stream soon where I'm actually just playing the game and sort of checking for bugs as I go along, because I think once we've got these sound effects in place, it's going to be ready to playtest. I just need to actually get it ready for playtesting, but like as in I think the game itself is actually looking pretty solid. Okay, so ready camps activating, ready camps. So what sound is that? Yeah, that's fine. So there's a way of activating ready camps. I think it might be on here. Activating ready camps. Let's go find all references. So I think we just have about here. We just go ready camp activate. Yeah. Right. Oh wow, I think there's a helicopter nearby. Brilliant. Right. So that should be fine there. We've got, I think we've already done destruction. We just need to summon one. And what sound is this? Yeah, that's a nice sound. Okay. Nope, can't remember how we do it. I think it might be on the bean post, the actual bean post script itself. Let's go to here. Oh no, not there. This one. Let's go to definition. Add to ready camp. That's what we want. Update ready camp. So, oh yes, of course. Yeah. Got to remember what's actually happening here. This updates the ready camp. So if ready camp is showing, if ready camp is less than or equal to 0, that's when it actually destroys itself. I think. I'm sure I had something else which destroyed it as well. No, yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about that too much. But we want ready camp summon, and I guess we actually put that there, I think. Yeah, so we'll summon them and then see what that looks like. All right. And then, yeah, all of these ones are slightly, there's a bit more going on here, which I'll worry about later. But we want to sort out the totems being activated, totems being destroyed, and totems being summoned. So I think the best way to start is if we go on to the totem master script. So create totem. That sounds like a good place to start. I'm guessing that starts this routine, and then I think summon, let's go to this definition. So upon summoning, we're going to, I think we can just create it here. So this will be totem summon. Oh, I'm so glad I made this easier, like, because it was a pain getting this to work, but now it's just a matter of just me going to different places and fitting in all the right sound effects. Let's have a look. So totem summon. Totem activating. So I think we need to activate the totems when they're actually animating themselves. So totem animate, what does that do? What are these references? So what one's this? This is totem script animate, and then yeah, okay. So I'm kind of fine with us just fitting it in here. So it does the summon routine, summon sound, and then it will do the totem activate sound. So oh, I've just pressed Control D. Control Shift D. I don't know what that does. Anyway, right. Okay, I think we're back in. Okay, everything's fine. Right. Oh, I've got the sound really low, haven't I? Oh no, I just decided to. Just back to something generic. Yeah. So. Totem activating, totem destroyed. I think we've actually done that already, haven't we? And we've definitely done that. So I just want to check that we've got the totem destroy self. And yeah, okay. So we're looking to summon totems, make ready camps, and kick ass. Sorry. Okay, right. Boom. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's the ready camp activating. And then we want to summon totems and then hear them as they activate as well. Yes, here we go. Right. Yep, and then I just want to hear it activate when it does. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All right. We've got this classic null exception error. No idea where it comes from, but I'm kind of fine in leaving that. Right. So I have done actually way more than what I was expecting to do. So I've got the so what are the things literally left to do until the game is actually in a playable state? We have got to fill in these sound effects and these button sound effects as well. That's going to take a little while, but these are all things I'm going to do off stream. My plan is I am going to so it's literally these sound effects and these sound effects and a few of these button ones, which I'll get to, and then I'm ready to test. I think, yeah, because I'm excited because I've actually spent a little while off stream at the beginning, like before I started today, getting all the enemies. So like if you actually, not that it's anything particularly exciting to look, but if you look like the health and the magic attack and all of these, I've actually individually set each one of these, so they're all like ready to actually go into combat to, you know, to test out to see what they're like. I've got some which have got like complicated move sets, and Clawrek is always going to be he's the one that's just got like a massive range of moves, and he's got 100 on card drone, so that's the card drone is the thing that limits you, meaning that as soon as you've played 5 cards your turn ends instantly. And what's quite nice, it's interesting because I've got a card that's called Grave Carvor, which essentially it plays the top like 3 cards of your discard pile, and I was trying to work out how that's going to work, because what if the card drone says you've only got 1 card left to play and it's Grave Carvor, and like it is, don't get me wrong, it's a good exploit that I'm completely fine in allowing, but what will happen is you'll cast that card, and then, like, say the 3 cards will actually be played, but you'll see the number going to minus, and then it'll end your turn. So there is actually like, there's some cards that are actually quite good against playing like certain monsters and stuff. That's what I like. I like that sort of variety of thinking. Okay, well, if this happens, I'm covered. You know. Right. Anyway, I'm going to see who I can raid, and I think, yeah, and this has been absolutely brilliant. Right. Anyway, I will see you guys a bit later. Thank you so much for sticking around, and thanks for the raid. It's been absolutely awesome. All right, let's roll.